It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
It all comes down to this. An entire semester of work for all of the collegiate gamers here at the NACE Star League is being put to the test in one final BO3. Per division, that is. We've got two grand finals here for the NACE Star League Valorant Open and Varsity divisions. This is going to be a fantastic night. I have been waiting all season long. So has Vincent, so has everybody at home for this great moment. But enough talking. My name is Los, and as I said, I'm joined by the man, the brain, the Vinsonian.
Ah, man, I always appreciate you on those. I am indeed a Vinsonian, but I'm so excited for these games today. We have some fantastic teams. We have some, surprises, I think it's fair to say. We have some expected teams as well. This is what it's all been for, and this is what's led up to it. If you have just joined us, somehow you didn't know, the regular season, the conference play-ins, and then the conference championships, all leading into those playoffs. Of course, last chance qualifier as well. If you didn't make it through the conference side of things, and all the playoffs have led into these grand finals. Everything for these moments, and I just feel like it's crazy that we're here, Los. It's crazy that we finally made it. We've been talking about it for so long, and it's now time.
It's almost like a fever dream, right? You know, this has just been an idea for us. We've been looking at it and working on it and working on it, seeing all these teams fight it out, and we're finally here, and it's such an exciting moment. And our first matchup of the day, it's Northwood University versus Stony Brook University. Both of these teams have been some highlights, of my personal favorites to watch them in the server. And following that, for our second best of three, it's going to be Fisher versus University of Alberta.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about this, I think it would not be fair to talk about this without the context of the #1 team in collegiate Valorant right now. That's Northwood. They have been dominating, and they are showing why they're such a strong collegiate program across multiple games, but including Valorant. And then I think on the other side of that, Fisher College is the newer, the teams that are newer to this area, right? They didn't really have a big impact prior to this season, prior to this semester, but they've been dominating in all of the leagues and the positions that they've been looking at. Excited to see what both of those guys have on offer. But here's what we're playing for. It's the scholarship prizing as well. $2,500 for first place, $1,250 for second, and well, $625 for those unlucky enough to have already been confirmed in third and fourth. But it's those first top two that we care about most tonight.
Oh yeah, that's a separation. Looking to double your scholarship prize money. This is it, here and now. Sure, guaranteed, a nice $1,250. That's good, but no, double or nothing. But in this case,
right.
Double or just regular 1.0. Hey, that's fine too, right?
Listen. It's like double or nothing, but free. No risk at all. It's easy.
Yeah, pride a little bit, bragging rights there, but we're here. It's the varsity premiere, starting things off. Northwood University versus Stony Brook University. As I said, I've been such a fan of both of these teams, especially in this division, and honestly, in my head, you couldn't write a better grand finals. Northwood University, generally regarded as the top, as you said, the top squad. They're going to represent North America, going down to Brazil in a later tournament down the line. Just a testament to what this team can bring to the table. And Stony Brook University, now I would say this is an unexpected team for me before we had that initial introduction to the Seawolves earlier in this season. But since this playoff session has gone on, SBU has been a big favorite for me. And you know exactly why, Vincent. It's because they're New York. It's the SUNY system, baby.
Yeah, I mean, listen, dismissing the Los bias here, I think it's important to continue talking about this SBU team, because Northwood, we knew they were going to be here. We knew what they were going to be doing, and we knew why they were going to be here. Their composition is simply a strong contender, even at the highest levels of Valorant, not just collegiate, but in general in the North American scene. You and I were watching Mocking just we were just watching him on Monday compete in third-party tournaments for large prize pools, as joined by Benji, Tyler, Darkest, and Dip. This is a team that doesn't have any negatives. There's no one on this roster that can't be a huge star player, and that's very interesting, talking about that in contestation to what the Stony Brook side have on offer. They're very much a team where, no disrespect to some of the pieces to this squad, but they are a team that have two very heavy hitters and two players that step up for them in a big way.
Yeah, we're specifically looking at Tim as well as Kenji. Now, Sable, Fuji, and Ethan, they're all pieces of that puzzle, but when you're looking for Stony Brook to really step up in a big way, it's got to be Kenji as well as Tim. These two players are such a critical focus for this squad that if there is some failure to launch a late start for these two players, it could be a massive issue. But that's not to say, as a whole, this isn't a formidable squad. They did make it to the grand finals.
That they did. And I don't know if we can pull it back up, but I think it's important after we get through this map overview to talk about their the way they've been able to make it through that bracket. But we'll talk about that in a moment, because the maps, well, I'll be honest, I'm excited. We have Haven, which is a Northwood classic. You and I have watched this Northwood team play this map a couple of times already, and I would say that Stony Brook, they're confident on it, but it's definitely not necessarily their best. But Breeze is a map that I'm excited to see what Stony Brook can do against this Northwood squad. And then Bind is a little bit more up in the air for me. Not 100% sure what is on offer for either team, but I do know that if we get there, we're in for some fireworks.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. I think this is going to be a 3-mapper. Come on now. It has to be Vincent. And looking at Haven, our first map of the night, it's going to be a very classic one, as you said, for Northwood. But in the fact that this is a map they play all of the time. There is so much experience on this map. But Stony Brook, on the other hand, they don't really run this map as often. That's not in their direct map pool. So I'm curious to see how this is going to be a fresh start for them. But Breeze, on the other hand, not really one that has taken place in Northwood's pool. It's more a map that they'll go to it if they have to. That's never been a first choice for them.
That's exactly right. And I think it's important to dive a little bit deeper into the actual storyline for Stony Brook, though, because I think it's important to understand how they got here. Wichita State, a top 30 ranked opponent, and they take it in 3. A fantastic matchup there in the semifinals, but it wasn't just that. It was another opponent that's not only top 30 but top 15 ranked, number 12 in the St. Clair Saints, that they dominated as well in the quarterfinal side of things. And it was not even that. I just got done watching the Bobcats, a team that SBU were able to take out in the round of 16, just won a LAN event that I was at just 2 weeks ago. This storyline for Stony Brook has been, whatever they get put in front of, they will destroy. They will take it all the way. And sometimes it's required a 3rd map, but that's okay. I think that tells me that this team is ready for anything. The problem is Northwood, they're not just anything. They're everything.
They are the thing to try and step against. I mean, you're going up, not to say it's David versus Goliath, but Northwood is without a doubt a Goliath in the collegiate Valorant scene. Not even just the Valorant scene, just in general. This is an oppressive squad. I believe they're in multiple of the titles. If we're looking at the May Star League finals in the coming weekend, they are a esports dynasty in the collegiate sector. They're everywhere, not just Valorant. So it's such a testament, and maybe it's a great task that you look forward to and say, this is our true stepping stone. This is where we make our mark on the scene. If we win here, this will be a massive boost of respect, recognition for the SBU team. And that's, I mean, I would say even getting to this point should be one of those moments where they can feel proud about themselves. But pride aside, it's time for us to get in that game in a few moments. Oh, I just can't wait to see it happen. But as you can see below me, I'm believing in Stony Brook, but a little bit of New Yorker bias. But that's not to say they don't have what it takes to give Northwood a run for their money.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on a point you were just making there, because this Northwood University just program in general, they're in 5 of the 8 finals that is available through the May Star League. I mean, that's incredible. That's mind-boggling. How, for a team that is so good across so many different disciplines, to be able to be making it that deep into so many different finals, I mean, it deserves a whole lot of admiration. And, well, for that reason, along with many others, I think I have to go with Northwood. I think that this is a team that they've been cementing themselves on the top of the collegiate Valorant space for over a year now. They haven't been stopped in so many different tournaments. You talked about them. They're representing the entirety of the Americas when they headed into the national stage at the Campus Clutch here coming up in December. I mean, these are guys who, they are they are it when it comes to collegiate Valorant, and as much respect as I have for Stony Brook, I don't know that they're going to be able to do quite enough.
That's a fair point. I mean, if no one else has been able to do it, if no one has been able to put a stop to Northwood, I mean, keep in mind, they do have a singular loss here in the Naystar League, but that's not because it was an in-server loss. That was a rather a forfeit that they went through, so
they played that game. They played that game that they forfeited, and I think they won like 13-2. It was just on a, I mean, I'm going to say a technicality. It was, a rule error that the team made that caused them to forfeit that game. And, fair enough. But also, the server wasn't the problem.
That's true. I mean, that is not even a badge of shame. That's almost a badge of honor that this loss isn't real. It's not. It should be a 7-0 record for this team. And, it really is going to be a beautiful thing to see them in the server do their thing. And we're about to jump in. Let's get into this agent selection. Ready for it all.
Yeah, and well, getting ready to get into it. I'll give them a second to pick. By the way, talked about the difficulty of the Stony Brook run to the grand finals here, though. I don't want to undersell where Northwood were coming from. I mean, they too kind of dominated a whole bunch of quality teams, 2 top 30 opponents, and even I think one of those was a top 15 opponent as well in West Virginia and Boise State. Those weren't easy games to be honest, or at least they shouldn't have been, but they were all 2-0s. Not a single map dropped in this run to the grands through the single elim playoff bracket. That's what's scary when you look at this Northwood squad against a team like Stony Brook that they've had to take the longer path in a lot of these cases. But we're here. Now is the time to step up. It's now or never, and we get the agent selections. It's looking pretty standard to me, Los. This is a full dynamic mirror composition. Exactly what you would tend to see.
I don't think it even needs to be said, but you know what? We'll bring it up anyway. You have to have Breach here on Haven just for the massive impact of utility that can be sent through walls, the Aftershock, the fault line, to even line up things such as that fade nade combo that can be oh so deadly if you even think about pushing up into A.
That's exactly right. I mean, and a conversation point, you and I mean, we've discussed it at length so many times, but it's so impactful on this map specifically. You have to be cognizant of it. And if you aren't, well, you're going to get punished just about every time it comes up at that. So I like that. I like to see that both teams have opted in for that conversation. The other thing to note, though, is definitely going to be the star power here. I mean, Mocking on the Rays, Kenji on the other side, it definitely is going to be a duel, and a duel that I'm just not sure who's going to come away with, because I think Kenji has shown themselves to be incredibly strong on that duelist role. It's just hard to take a favorite in that matchup.
Right, you are, Vincent, but in most of these cases, it is going to be, I would say, an aggression-based matchup. I think it's going to be Kenji and Mocking trying to take space from each other as quickly as possible, using those double satchels. And most of the focus, in my mind, would be, as I said earlier, around that A lobby position. Both players will attempt to try and outrun the other to take that forward position right outside lobby or get down to the bricks in long. But also, we want to take a moment to say thank you to Extra Life for helping sponsor the Naystar League Finals. It wouldn't be possible without all the partners who make this thing a reality. Change kids' health to change the future. And join the Super Team page today.
Absolutely appreciate all of our partners help make this possible. Northwood, Stony Brook University. They head on to the pistol round. It looks like actually we're probably going to have a moment to talk here, as I see Tim is currently disconnected. So probably part of the reason we were a little slower to get into things. But I think Los, to continue our conversation points and talk about who's going to be the difference maker. I really think that it's difficult to deal with the three players that are Benji, Darkest, Mocking, and I will include Dip in that sometimes, but because of the initiator role, it can be a little bit more difficult. But I think those three are just so hard to contend with as a squad.
No, absolutely right. And when you just have, I guess I would say, a numbers issue, where there are 2 players that are really reliable for Stony Brook as opposed to 3 for Northwood, where you have just a bigger threat pool when it comes to NU, that does become a factor. Because in some cases, if you are able to find a pick on that one impact player, that's going to be a huge issue for your opposing squad. If you have 3 to deal with, that's going to be a bit of a problem. A singular pick doesn't guarantee a major advantage.
One thing to note here, though, is that, I mean, Stony Brook rarely will go for the Haven pick, but when faced off against the St. Clair Saints, they saw the Saints pick Haven only for Stony Brook to win that map 13-4. It was a dominant showing, and that was in the quarterfinals. So just 2 or so weeks ago that we saw that matchup happen. I do think that gives me some confidence for Stony Brook on this map, especially considering St. Clair. You and I have seen them play Haven, and there are no slouches to be had on this map whatsoever. That does give me a little bit of confidence going in, because otherwise Northwood, I don't know if you recall, but I recall them just walking away with the victory every time they played this Haven.
You know, it was usually the answer, or a walking away victory, anytime Northwood got into the server. This team generally does not lose. They don't lose, Vincent. So whether it's Haven, whether it's Vibe, but also potentially Breeze, I wouldn't expect any less of them. However, it does seem that we are getting Tim back into the server. We might have at least a bit of an answer to this question of what is Northwood University going to be capable of here in this first map.
Indeed, yeah. Big fan, and yeah, we've got freeze time done. We're going to get underway right here, right now. Ghosts abound, actually, here for the offense, as Northwood would like to take 4 of those. It's like firepower is at the forefront of their thoughts into this pistol round. B site overwatched by 2 defenders.
Mocking the first one, just looking toward A Link. They know someone's got to be there. But better safe than sorry. Send out the Roomba, make a bit of an impression. Say, look, garage. However, Kenji's going to do something of the same, but here comes a nade. Force them out.
It's just going to take out a trademark, though. Not a whole lot. Really gained off the back of that positioning, though, and Tim takes that duel, and the Headhunter going to be better at that range nearly every time.
They escape with their life. A little bit damaged, though. They're by CT, and you see Link. Tim's looking for a re-aggression. Mocking's there to expect it, but not expecting Kenji to follow up in tow. So still, trade advantage for Stony Brook. And a real advantage in terms of ground gained on A site. You've got Benji all the way in.
Very abnormal from Northwood. This is a team that I tend to expect to play without a lot of respect for their opposition until they're forced to play a little bit more respectful. Instead, we're seeing the opposite. Tentative. Don't want to overdo it. And there comes that retake.
Ooh, Benji taking care of that one way, but now reloading right into Darkest, giving them space and covering. However, in the end, although Darkest was able to do a great job on the defense, they ran out of bullets in the final moment, and Uji, with 10 HP, was the first round for Stony Brook.
That was so very close. Darkest nearly able to 1v2 clutch there, running out of bullets. You're right. The key and the troublesome outcome if you're Northwood, but Stony Brook starting out strong. That's exactly what you wanted to do. Set the pace of this game as your own. And I think that it's good news for Northwood, or rather for Stony Brook, that Northwood played that so patiently. They didn't overcommit. There was nothing, no fast play or anything along those lines. And I think that Northwood, they've done some homework. They know that Stony Brook are no slouches.
Feels good. A nice change of pace. And Tim getting kind of aggressive there. Even puts a few, at least one, into the leg of Benji. It's going to be an issue, especially since we're running up against Spectres in the incoming battle.
Good rotations here, though, for Northwood. They've at least gathered to the right site.
This is going to be wild if we have Sable able to pick something up, but no. Ooh. It's actually a massive offensive from Northwood. Tim here to provide some cover, able to remove Mocking from play, but they're still at a major disadvantage.
Yeah, and 46 HP for Tim, and now it's just one with the decay. Needs to hold back and wait for that to recover, but the damage is already done. Northwood, they have post-plant positions.
Just gotta know this one. Too predictable. Now, with that paint shell from Kenji, that was beautiful, and a follow-up as well. Able to take such an unfavorable scenario and put it back in order.
Critical to find that kill without having to commit anything. Those paint shells lobbed up over the top of the wall there, dropped down onto the opposing player's head, and the crossfire dismantled before it can even come to fruition. You're right, critical is the word, as Stony Brook make sure to bring that back. It got dicey, but I think that's the danger of playing Northwood. There's never a round where you're free, where it's like, oh, this is our round. We won't be having any trouble. Even with just classics, they are a problem to deal with.
And that takes any hope for a strong bonus away. Got a couple of Sheriffs and 2 Spectres that they're bringing in. But a singular classic, that's going to be rough. However, a lot of presence to stop a push from a lobby in hopes that there was going to be a rotation out from C, but Tyler with a double destroys the hopes of that one. About to find Uji as well.
That was unreasonably rude. Darkest calling Huji a freak. That's outrageous. I don't know if you picked up on that.
I get it in ranked, but collegiate?
Yeah, there's respect here.
Spike planted.
If you don't know, it's just a voice line, but still outrageous.
I mean, hey, you know, previously we said Northwood not really a team to respect their opponents.
Yeah, that's on the server, though. That's outside, very respectable individuals over at the Northwood side. But Darkest collecting a Rolling Thunder already. Nice to have in the early stages. That was courtesy of an opening pick over on that anti-eco round, a couple of kills on the pistol round, and that entry that we just saw here. It's going to be Ethan trying to save a rifle. Should be, well, I say should be. It was actually Mocking on the prowl, but should be okay. Yeah, I'm not going to be over invested in that. Mocking, fine to let that save. Tim with the op. This is a conversation that we didn't get to talk about too much just yet, Los. This guy is unstoppable when it comes to the operator, particularly here at the C site. He's been godlike.
And that's exactly where he's about to find some friends. Strong positioning down in C. At least the lobby and potentially grass, so you know that this is going to be a very difficult hit that Tim will have to face. But it all starts with an initial shot, and losing that one, it could be a critical error, because now being hit with the fault line forces them de-scope, move away. Now, it is a Rolling Thunder. Nobody was in cover. Nobody was able to be taken down by that, so it's just a free site, but it actually costed them 2 players.
Yeah, I don't know where that aftershock went, but it's perfectly positioned such that it gets a frag. Darkest setting up this 0 point, just trying desperately to find the openings, but that's just not allowed. Benji denied by the operator of Tim, and it's only Darkest to come away with a single shot. All of the utility put forward by Northwood there, finding no value, and the fallback, the timing from Tim, not only getting a frag on the reset, but finding the ability to connect another one is just so important.
Beautiful stuff. You know, we didn't have time to talk about Tim, but I think his actions speak for himself. And even if he does lose this up, already has that tour de force ready, locked, good to go. So there may be some opposition this time. Rip Benji there with an up himself. However, a relocation for Tim. So that 1v1, the sniper duel won't occur just yet.
Definitely something to keep our eyes on, though. Early days trying to make sure to apply pressure towards Garage. This is definitely something that North would like to do early. The Nightfall going to follow it, but there's again nobody on the C site. Again, a retake required, but the spike going to be planted, and this time there's no freebies.
Spike planted.
Tim unable to find anything to deny entry as Northwood stay alive with 5.
Big lesson learned, though, from Northwood, as you can see the dark cover sent back to CT. That's where Tim was positioned previously, and able to take down a few players as they were attempting to move on in. So it's great to see that they're not going to play the same trick twice. Tim is going to have a much tougher time to try and retake this, but with everyone going down long, you're going to have quite an issue clearing out Northwood. Benji already on the prowl, finding some shots. Hiding in the smoke will do you no favors, as it's the Northwood firing squad to take their second.
Damn, that really was a firing squad, my friend. 4 players, bullets flying, not a single question about whether or not that kill would be found. Sometimes it can be tough in that smoke. I don't think a single Northwood player had any question marks about where the spike was planted there. 3-2. And here's where things start to get a little bit scary for Stony Brook. They are going to have that tour de force as mentioned, but the money's starting to thin just a little bit. It'll be very important round. I want to make sure that you keep that economy healthy.
Tim, once again, I've got that. Hoping for someone to walk through a lobby, but it's not the case. Another strong presence here in Garage. 2 players looking to make their way up through long, but actually from the shadows, just to see what's going on. Maybe a little bit of an intimidation factor, but one more time, we're gonna have Northwood taking C in a bloodless battle.
Yeah, Northwood, this is their staple on Haven. They consistently do this. They have so many varied post-plant setups. This is another one of those. We saw the very far back post-plant a few moments ago. Now it's up close and personal.
Here goes Tim. Coming out from the dark cover. Finds one, looking to make some more damage with the headhunter. But it's Hooji instead with a 3K in conjunction with Ethan. Just a bloodbath and a return of the favor for Stony Brook.
The omen for Stony Brook. So fantastic. It's pacing as well, really good to make sure to come back for those frags. And the initial duels don't necessarily go SBU's way, but that was what was so phenomenal about where Hooji was playing, able to take the time and trade literally every single one of their players as they get onto that site. And I mean, this is a team, Stony Brook, that we've noticed that they're very strong on their retake, and it's so important to be playing well on your retakes against a squad like Northwood, because stopping them from getting a sight on Haven, I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's unlikely.
You know, you have to really put in the work to be able to break through that defense, that post-plant setup, but every round we're seeing, it's not going to be the same setup. Mocking right now, about to take the 1v1 on Ethan, and they're in an off angle, and good for the 1. However, that doesn't mean they're completely done with B. Flashpoint, and Ethan, they're taking a second, a beautiful headshot. All advance, halted in B.
And this is where this matchup is starting to get very interesting. 2 very different styles clashing right now. Northwood rarely questioned in their collegiate supremacy. Very rarely do they have a difficult game. And right now, Stony Brook showing them just that. Either from the shadows, in order to get out of that site. And once again, the setup for the retake. This time, it's a massive advantage. 5-on-3 even. There's a Rolling Thunder on the defense of it. Northwood, they throw that out there in time. They can find this.
Oh, that's over. Benji hit with the paranoia, and they were done for. Now you have so much less resources to utilize in this post-plant situation. It's a Rolling Thunder, though, but I don't think it'll hit much. Maybe just 1 on Kenji, but they're forced away. The spam through the dark cover is just too difficult to deal with. However, at the same time, it goes both ways. Tyler good for 1. The defusal still in play. And even so, they have a 3K. 3 is simply not enough. Stony Brook, with the man advantage, will take their 5th.
Yeah, Stony Brook are not taking any of Northwood's crap right now. They're showing exactly what they're made of, and they're showing that they're willing to play this little post-plant game that Northwood like to play. The thing is, and I'm generalizing here, but a lot of collegiate teams, they really struggle with those very chaotic post-plant positions. There's a lot of communication that has to happen in a very short space of time for these teams to be able to get away with something like what Stony Brook have been doing. And Stony Brook are showing Northwood that they are perfectly capable of doing all of that and more. It's not a problem. They're going to have to beat them on merit. No, nothing like these baity setups. Post-plant, free openings.
Mocking with the double satchel at the back of B site. And no one here to greet them. It's a rocket sent into nothing, but at the very least, B has been taken and the spike is initiated.
A little bit different look here, but once again, is Stony Brook on the retake. It's going to be the showstopper out for Kenji.
Grenade!
Well, neither rocket finding value in this round, as Huji, in conjunction, will be able to clear things up. It's Stingers, and they're singing Darkest and Mocking, hoping to defend this to their best ability, and it will be Darkest, turning into a 1v1. Flashpoint sent out, but it missed! It wasn't the right angle, and Huji had perfect eyes to take this next shot.
Tough task there. Actually, relatively close. I think Huji, realizing he did not have time to go gather anything further, the operator was what is the opportunity. And Huji is going to get that in the long run as well. Look at this, 3 rounds in a row for Stony Brook, and is this an SBU timeout? I don't even...
Oh, boy.
I'm not even sure I understand the why, but I don't care. Look, this is exactly what I was hoping to see. This is the best case scenario, the best version of Stony Brook.
This is a beautiful thing, and I like the timeout even better. I'm not sure what is necessary, but it's also feeling like icing out your opponents now that they have that true opportunity, because they were oh so close. And that was also an eco round. Lots of stingers on the table. Now they should have a real opportunity to bring something together. I believe they have the funds to make a full-on purchase this time.
Yeah, they definitely should. As you mentioned, stingers and pistols for the prior round of Northwood. But the other thing to note, though, is like you just talked about, they did get very close, right? Like, that was not a free round, and I think that's sort of the problem. You know, if there is a problem with playing the style that Stony Brook are, is that very rarely are you going to get free rounds. There's no, I mean, not no, but you really have to be out-aiming your opponent to a great degree in order to get flawlesses with this style of play. But it's very effective at putting rounds on the board, and 3 in a row now to add to the 3 prior, 6-2.
Big presence here on A long. And even an expectation, looking back, Mocking. Must have been a haunt that they were ready for. You've got a strong presence in sewers and long, and it's just going to be conceded by Stony Brook. I'm going to play it back by Link. They don't want to take this initial engagement, as they're much better suited for post-plant based on the ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, same exact thing we've been seeing in the past. This time, I think 5v5 retake at A is a lot harder than 5v5 retake at C. Let's see what Ethan can do. I like this angle. Lots of good coverage from this. Ensures that no matter who's on the site, there's still value and a flank as well.
Oh, the big fight on long in A lobby. That was it. That was the most important one. And Dip did everything they needed to do. Here comes the retake with the Rolling Thunder, but no one can walk in. There's so much suppression on the other angle when it comes to a nade, a fault line. They can't even walk into the site.
Critical. Those Dip kills. Really perfect. And the setup for it as well. There was a paranoia. Came in just a little bit too late for Stony Brook. And they've finally been counterfeited. It's Northwood to take a third. And you look at what the difference was there. I mean, I talked about it. So much more difficult to retake towards the A site than the C site. Mostly because you really can't retake all from one angle on A. You have to have the flank at some point. Some at least aggression in that area. Otherwise, you'll be in a bit of trouble. Whereas, see, that's not so required.
Now, one more time. Northwood has postured themselves here to A. Tim in a very close position to try and find a shot. A perfect one onto Benji. And they can run away with that rendezvous. Might be hit with that Rolling Thunder. That's going to be a bit of an issue. A lot of pressure over by the C or the A link area. Here comes an attempt as a flashpoint. Denies nothing. A simple spray through the dark cover is everything Northwood needs. That
flashpoint hit everyone, by the way. For the defense, they hit everything Ethan did. But unfortunately, the spray from Northwood was just on point. Literally, all 3 players start spamming a smoke, and all 3 players get a kill. Talk about on point. Talk about great game sense to find all of those. And now, Stony Brook being pushed pretty aggressively. These a very important round, and the reason I say that, Los, is Stony Brook's economy on the cusp of defeat. They can't really afford to lose this. They'll be on the save next.
Would they possibly expect 2 players to be inside of here? They know one is. Tim is also there as well. Surprise! Looking falls. A second one for Tim, but they fall as well. Darkest attempting to stop anyone from aggressing through long, but they're hit with the flashpoint. Ethan does the deed, and Tyler's forced to run away from the shadows over to C site. A last-ditch effort to get a plant.
Well, the plant will definitely come. That's there for free. All 3 players, an army, moving together in lockstep as they count Northwood.
Shadows.
Here's the setup that they have. Operator, Headhunter as well in hand for Benji. Honestly, this aggressive maneuver needs to work out. Benji has to be able to find a victory here.
They walk around and create a dark cover of their own. There's not much he could do, but that spam is good. And it wasn't halved either. So they have to continue putting in that pressure. The dark cover should dissipate in a matter of seconds. Ethan removes Tyler from play, but there's not much time. Looking to get a shot onto Benji. He actually could hold it and commit.
Oh, it's so close.
Oh.
No! 0.2 of a second. Great play right there. You saw Benji not committing with the operator, not committing with the headhunter, though I don't think there was any bullets left in there anyway. Just knew all he had to do was force Ethan off of that defuse. It's just enough. And at the end of the day, the economy game for Northwood is better than what Stony Brook have on offer, because with all 10 players lost, the team that wins the round is going to have a little bit of extra cash.
Now, I'm really liking Northwood's ultimate cycling as well. It feels that they always have something available to use, even if their economy isn't great. I mean, they've got that Nightfall as well as the Showstopper. Simply a From the Shadows for Stony Brook. They haven't been able to have that perfect utilization. But now we're heading back to A. No one there to contest it. You've got Sable right around the corner. They're only going to send a Prowler, but they have to run away. A Haunt maybe to give a little bit of information, but that's about it. Ethan coming out of the smoke. Picks up 2. A Showstopper puts Sable into the ground. And all this confusion, all this paranoia is too much for Stony Brook to handle.
Wow. Talk about a dominant end. Really good adjustments from Northwood. And that's another area of the game that I think Northwood have that a lot of other teams struggle with. And that is adjustments. Being able to make adjustments on the fly, recognize what's going wrong, deal with those problems, and then find solutions for them as well. There's not many teams that I can say the collegiate space consistently do that. By the way, you were talking about ultimates there. I want to give a massive props to the value that Tyler found from the shadows. It's very rare that you find a From the Shadows taking center stage in a victory in a round like that. And Tyler does just that.
Commendable stuff. However, 6-6 now. What's the past is in the past. They're starting from scratch. This is a slow look from Stony Brook. Safe for Tim. Taking a little meander on mid. Looking for anything they can.
Most of the presence for the offense is actually towards A. Just trying to find some early information. But No information to be gained. We're just about to pass the 1 minute mark in Los. Nobody spotted really anything other than Tim now at mid, taking that duel. With Dip going down, this is dangerous for the A players.
A Prowler destroyed, fault line engaged, but no one's actually peeking. In fact, Darkest is able to pick up 2. That's insane. And they also have the spike. Tim putting in a little bit of work as they push in from A long, but still, they have no control. And without that, it's meaningless that they've moved on to A.
How is Darkest able to get away with this?
One enemy remaining.
He's gonna get another.
He
The
might
paranoia.
even get 4.
Are you kidding me? Darkest, the man is stunned. He gets hit with the fault line, swings anyway. Gets both of the kills against 2 players who are not stunned and have no problem. Then stays alive and is able to connect another with just what, like 30 HP? He was very low. Quad kill for Darkest. The guy who just barely missed out on giving the pistol round to Northwood in the first half delivers maximum performance in the second.
You're saying that those players didn't have a problem. Oh, they had a problem, and it's Darkest. That's a major issue. They can walk in with some SMGs in the next round. Dip? They even make a commitment after this Prowler's put into play, and they will. They had the follow-up, but no one is there. It falls after Sable. Able to deliver a little bit of equalizing pain, but in the end, this is an aggressive Northwood. They're just going to run it into Stony Brook's face.
Yeah, and this is
One
a
enemy remaining.
staple of the
Spike
Northwood
down, attacker
defense
spawn.
is offense. Definitely on the map of Haven as well. Tim, 1v4? Would love to collect something a little bit more.
Tim's just doing Tim things at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's also going to be meeting his grave for now. But as I just mentioned, right, like Stony Brook gonna have to figure out a way to deal with this classic Northwood aggression, right? 6-6 first half. I think that is very commendable. Very few teams can go toe-to-toe against the Northwood offense, but the Northwood defense is arguably tougher because it's more aggressive.
And, you know, the best defense is good offense, right?
On Haven, it absolutely is.
Big issue for Kenji. Hit with that fade nade combo, but they'll live to tell the tale. Right around the corner, that Seize is such an unforgiving combination. They will be alive. And big investment of utility in the beginning. I don't think any information was found off that, though.
No, I mean, maybe a few audio cues, but definitely no confirmations. Here comes the B at the top.
Right. And a big presence in C-Link. Darkest all the way around, but they'll be spotted out. Actually by that. But it doesn't matter when the main focus is back on B. Darkest, they can flank. A little bit of Benji flank as well. But what does this matter? A 1v4. All they could do is collect the Vandal.
The flank sheet not going to be effective at 1v5, at least not typically. But extra frags, none of those either. Kenji with the triple. That spray transfer that we saw into the smoke, so good. The early stages of that round. So Northwood don't win the bonus, but it is just that, right? A bonus round, nothing guaranteed. Definitely don't have that consistently. With that being said, Stony Brook, what is the new plan? That's the question that is on my mind. Where do you go to deal with what Northwood have to offer? Are they going to continue that aggression? Definitely over at A. Double blast pack towards the A-long position.
It was mocking, and it's a good win against Tim. That is critical. Not a single shot landed onto the Rays. However, Benji has the pressure equally placed on them, but they're able to escape. Rendezvous back.
This is the problem, Los. When you're expecting Mocking to push long like that, and you still can't win. That's the problem with beating Northwood. In a nutshell. Mocking W-keying into your team, you know he's coming, you know he's going to peak, and you still can't kill him.
You know, my initial thoughts of what the plan for Stony Brook could be is wait for Northwood, but that doesn't seem to have worked. This is such a narrow angle for this to find a kill. And Mocking doesn't want to press their luck, especially after that flashpoint. But here's a rocket. It misses the connection. A bold blast back from Genji. Most would run away, but he runs toward the danger. A strong placement. You've got Dip inside of sewers at this moment. That is going to be an issue to haunt you later.
Dip's so critical. The paranoia! It's so perfect, Los! That could not have been better. And Ethan will fall afterward. I wish I had a telestrator to explain how perfect that was. The paranoia comes in, blinds both players, the player watching the plant and the player planting, and the stun from the fault line connects on the last potential player as well. Oh my goodness. How do you win against that? You just don't.
That's the heads-up play from Dip, knowing, Long is going to be a bit compromised, holding into sewers, going into short as the majority of this front is headed through Long. At the very least, take a fight, take a one, and lower the capabilities in the post plant, but they got everything they wanted and more. And Northwood still in control here on Haven.
By the way, I mean, it's tragic that this gets overshadowed, but what a massively cool play from Kenji to dodge that blast pack, or dodge the showstopper with the blast pack, jumps over it, essentially, and gets that kill. So cool. Unfortunately, it just doesn't give them the round.
A lot of feelers sent out through Garage just to try and find something at this moment. And Kenji takes a lot of damage. Wall bang through the door. But they've gained nothing out of it.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you've done a lot of stuff in the opening minute of the round, and you haven't gotten a ton of information off of the back of it. And it seems like there's a little bit of a read from Northwood here. They've got a double stack towards the A site. And, now they know. They know for sure. The push-up mid is going to guarantee it.
Benji's the critical player. They're stuck inside short. They're waiting for something. Kenji has the showstopper. It's meaningless. But Tim is the true star in this moment. Opening up 3 with that tour de force. Vandal now recovered, but they're still in a 1v2. And there's just too many angles to try and worry about. The numbers overwhelm him.
Man, Mocking so good at holding for that timing. Waits until the kill comes out on sight. Only then do they swing in order to find that final frag. Northwood, it's just the small things, but it is so very important. 10-7. 4 out of 5 rounds are Northwood's on the half. And this one looking like it might be the same. Limited investments. It's just pistols, sheriffs, and a stinger in the hands of SBU.
Strong opener there from Benji, as Tim usually going to be that pistol round professional using that headhunter. Here comes the presence. Vault line. Tyler walks right into it. Doesn't even care.
This is remaining.
Yeah, a massacre.
Down, mid.
Oh, what a flex that would have been.
I mean, it was a flex just going for that, to be honest. A flawless round. The Northwood are going to take number 11. This is their map, Los. This is, I mean, to be expected. I talked about the last 3 or 4 rounds, how incredibly impressive the Northwood defense always is. This is, I would say, near perfect defensive play from Northwood right now.
Only round of victory for Stony Brook is the bonus, and that's usually what you would expect to find victory in. Otherwise, simply perfection on the defensive half by Northwood University, showcasing why they are a formidable team.
I love Dark is so aggressive here.
Wow. I thought that was going to be a kill for Darkest for sure. The tracking seemed sublime. However, it's a victory for Kenji. Now they can move into Garage if they so please. They've got a trademark just to slow the advance. They don't really want to deal with that.
No, not at all. A rare opening frag going this SBU way, though. That's massive. You don't want to give this away. Dip. This reaggression.
Oh, this is going to be an issue. They got too far. Gave up a position in B. Now you have to run in. There's no escape for Benji. They moved away from the rendezvous. Tyler, here in C-Link, hoping to find a shot, potentially waiting for the dark cover to dissipate or an aggressive Stony Brook player. They'll find neither. No advantage given, but a dark cover in B lobby or B entrance.
Tyler, it's all about timing. Because the opposition is on towards A-Link, and really that's going to be difficult to find value there. And yeah, that's what I was just about to say.
Okay, what? Paranoia, just a little bit of trickery. A nice dance and taking Tim out. That's going to be costly, at least another rifle to buy in the next. But a bold move, nonetheless, from Tyler, knowing they have some money to play with.
I like that play only because it's just so aggressive. It's hard to anticipate you do something like that in a grand final. And beyond that, I mean, Northwood just got to keep your opponent guessing. And I think that's what Tyler is doing in making some of those plays. Benji back on the op, but it's 2 operators for Stony Brook University. Kinji and Tim, they both have it. This is rare. Not something you see often, particularly not on the attack side.
Hyper aggression on A lobby. You've got 2 moving up, Dip and Mocking. They've already claimed some heads. They don't even need to advance, but they can if they want. Tim here to take a look. Tim here to take a life instead.
Finally, the op comes alive. It rings true, but honestly, who the hell cares if you're Northwood? They still got the man advantage. It's still a 4-on-3. They've still got a hold of both, or rather all 3 sites for the time being, and a very well-timed smoke coming down over towards A.
This is going to be a fault line, a flashpoint fault line it is. No escape once again. And that is a perfect 1-2-3 swing situation. 2 kills to finish it off. And now we are here at map point on Haven.
I feel like that Northwood, it almost feels planned that Stony Brook found that previous round, because now we're into map point, and the money is sort of busted. They really don't have enough cash. It's definitely a difficult buy, no matter how you look at it. I wonder if they want to change things up. Maybe get aggressive somewhere for Stony Brook. And they will. Straight up A.
1 for 1. Doesn't really matter. It's always going to hurt Stony Brook
from the shadows to spawn.
Oh. No way is this going to work. I mean, but it has to. They're focused away. Benji gets a freebie. Tim not even looking. No one holding the angle. Ethan now. Too little too late. No one's here to actually be found.
They're playing with their food. Northwood. It's crazy. The plays that they're making. Oh, and they baited in again. Their plans have backup plans.
From the shadows, though, as well as a rolling thunder. The issue is, can Ethan even get out alive here?
I mean, also, where do you go? We know the C site's open, but I feel like if you're in Stony Brook's position, they've just been everywhere. How do you know it's open?
30 seconds left.
This is going to take a long time for Ethan to try and clear out. Benji backed up a little bit. However, it doesn't matter their position. Dark cover is going to give safety.
Now this Rolling Thunder could really change the game for either side. It all depends on what value it gets.
Okay, time for a move. Dark is hitting the Rolling Thunder as well as the Flashpoint. Maybe that's more of a maneuver to try and delay it out. Aftershock as well to stop the push. Darkest walks right through it. A Flashpoint to put Huji back into a position they can't defend the spike from. And this is certainly one of them. Hit with the C's, stuck in their spot. And it doesn't matter as Dip lines up the final headshot, and Northwood University will take their map pick of Haven.
13-8 as well, and Los. I think that there's a moment in that round that really goes to show the Northwood defense on Haven and how scary it really is. And that's the moment where we saw From the Shadows be pulled out from the Omen. They go into the attacker spawn, and at that key moment, we see Benji re-aggress with the operator, knowing that everybody's going to be looking behind them. And it's an obvious play in some ways, but it's the confidence to do that. It's the heads up play to make that happen, and to be thinking about that. It's so impressive. And then even beyond that, right? You see the From the Shadows, it's trying to be cleared out by the offense, only for Dip to find a shot or two through smoke. It's really scary how well thought out some of these setups are, and how many different layers there are to those setups. 13-8, honestly, I think Stony Brook played great.
Yeah, I mean, through it all, that was just a oppressive defensive half from Northwood. There was not much that Stony Brook could do. They were putting up good moments, but in the end, it felt that Northwood always had their plan in mind. They always knew exactly what Stony Brook was thinking, and they maneuvered around it. It seemed second nature to them to try and outbrain their opponents. But then again, this is the Northwood map on Haven. So exciting to see if this series will continue potentially in favor of Stony Brook when we head to map 2 right after this break. A great game for both teams, but a tremendous defensive half for one. Northwood University making a statement on the second half of Haven, taking the first map of the series. But now it's a moment for revenge, a return to form rather, or maybe just a bit more comfort on your own map pick. It's Breeze on the docket. Stony Brook University don't want to end things here and now. It's their moment to shine.
Yeah, I think that you gotta be at least a little bit hopeful for Stony Brook. They played against Northwood, the best team, at least when it comes to collegiate, in the world, and they played it on Haven, arguably their best map. I don't even know what they would say their best map is, because they just don't really lose games. But I some of the things I've seen on Haven, I just haven't seen from any other collegiate teams with regard to Northwood. The problem is Breeze, a map that we know Stony Brook are comfortable on, one that we are at least familiar with regard to Northwood. We're taking a look at, when they've played other teams, and, well, it's been pretty darn effective. They played West Virginia, they played Boise State, and they played St. Thomas. All of those teams are good teams, ranked teams, and, well, 2 out of 3 of them were victories on Breeze for Northwood. So only one recorded loss here for Northwood is something to note.
I mean, even that is going to be quite an interesting endeavor as well. Northwood, haven't seen them. We know their capabilities, but I just haven't been able to see what they can bring to the table with my own eyes, Vincent. And that's what tells no lies. Looking to be a mirror matchup with this agent selection, and
your agent.
nothing really standing out for me. Seems all very standard, right?
Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. Pretty much exactly what you would tend to expect. There is some differences. Actually, no. I mean, I was gonna say some differences. Just kidding. Didn't notice Huji down there on the normal chambers. So pretty much mirror matchup. We saw the mirror in the first map, and we're gonna see the mirror once again here on the second. I think this makes a ton of sense, and I think it's going to be right down to the wire about how these two teams are set up and whether or not we'll see success.
I'm most curious and most interested about the change in position, that being between Tim and Huji, having the adjustment. I'm curious as to why. Maybe a bit more comfort in that Viper, that anchor position.
Well, I think that's an interesting conversation for sure. But before we get too deep into that one, I do want to shout out one of our partners over at Duncan. An A-Star League does run on Duncan. Go and check out the description in the Twitch and find a Duncan near you. There is almost certainly one around the corner. But to continue that discussion, Los, I think that it's a bit concerning in that Tim is one of your big heavy hitters, and to take him off of a role where you typically see fragging is the only scary thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't be as scared.
This is just straight sprints through. Oh boy, day one. That is lesson one to clear your corners. Perhaps they assumed it was going to be open because they were going so fast, but at least Ethan is able to take down 2 for this initial round.
I mean, in fairness, who plays that position? Nobody does, especially not on a pistol.
Player standing.
Oh, Tarkus long range, 1v2 now required.
They had an additional use of that tailwind. And I think 1 bullet in either of their opponents are going to be enough to take them down, but should be the same situation. Should be 1 shot if they play it together and no lineup occurs. It has to be a victory, but Darkest is looking to take it!
This guy on the pistol rounds, man. But between all 3 pistols which we've seen so far, Darkest has, what is that, 11 kills? That's outrageous. Literally unstoppable in the pistols for Darkest. A quad kill in the second half of the last map. A triple in the first. Couldn't quite make 1v2 clutch happen. And now another quad here. Los, you just can't allow that to happen if you're Stony Brook.
Just also want to say that Darkest can do it all. Previously on the Breach, the Initiator, using utility, ended up netting Darkest 16 assists.
Wow. so impressive, and honestly, not even odd to see those sort of assist numbers from Darkest, to be honest. There.
Just says so much. Here comes a flash. Oh, a beautifully placed fragment. They're unable to utilize that open door, but at least Huji is putting in work. Kenji able to find an escape with that tailwind. They put in an investment. There's money behind this one, the Stinger as well, but at the end of it, they have been able to take a site, but no spike plane initiated.
Yeah, it's because Huji's being a menace on the site there, playing around the pyramids. The Headhunter, though, how many bullets did he invest? That's the question. Already many... Okay. I was going to say already quite a few invested here, but not that many, I guess. Remain, and that's plenty, but Benji. It's a nice shot. And the swing from Darkest, the double swing to put the opposition into some hot water. Northwood, a little bit dicey on the second round, but they ultimately come away with it. Stony Brook. Close is no longer a valid option, Los. No more of this. Oh, well, it looked good. Or, yeah, but that was good damage. Nah. You need to win. Here and now.
Especially when you're putting an investment on the second round. They wanted that. And it was only Huji to find anything. Tim now, a great look to remove someone who's been such a threat, a terror for this team. It almost takes down Dip as well. A few to the chest, but not enough for lethality.
That was a shutdown of the Blade Storm, by the way, Los. No blades to be had for Northwood. And a shutdown, a massive ego boost as well. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Definitely going to give confidence to Stony Brook whenever the gun round starts.
Activated just to gain some space. Kenji removes Dip and opens up the entire site. Now they could walk on through. Huji does have that tool to force a activation a little bit late into the round. I like it nonetheless. Tyler will have some support in this flank, but they've already got eyes trained on B main.
This feels like Northwood get a little cocky. They didn't want to overinvest, and so they didn't buy very much. Mocking, this is the first gun I've seen, at least real rifle, and it's a 1-on-4. He's already collected that first frag, but I don't think he wins this.
No. Oh, boy. Certainly not. And is there enough time to collect that rifle? I think there just might be enough. Yeah, certainly is. Kenji recovers it.
Nice. Big stuff to collect that. Every little bit of money counts. Northwood, though, at the very least, because of their poor investment last round, they have the money to invest this round. So, I mean, in fairness, I was giving them a hard time. It is a sort of a win-loss, right? You invest one round, you won't be able to invest in the next, and vice versa. They get the buy here. Ultimately, we'll see how it goes. It's 2-1, though, with Stony Brook. A massive eco victory with those sheriffs.
Now, all this investment, but nobody wants to move up. Great investment of placement on mid, but that is a critical victory for Darkest. No damage received either.
Yeah, that turn. Huji gonna want that one back. Stony Brook down by a man. As they take mid control, they got 3 players in that position. 1 up 2, but split towards A seems like it could be viable. The offensive side was definitely the struggle for Stony Brook on Haven.
Nothing really happening so far. I think there was just a little bit of information, but look how far pressed.
Poison's off.
We've got that placement all the way in Chomp Shop. Ready to take a shot, but now that there's real presence, they moved away and taking a back seat on A site.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
the target screen goes up in order to buy some space. Getting onto the site, that's easy. Holding it, that's the hard part.
Sable almost walking right into that shock dart. Kenji's in the back line, but now we have the drop of the wall. And with that, it's the fall of the spike. And this seems to be the walls closing in. Tim is just putting in an insane amount of work, but it doesn't matter because all they have to do at this point is hide. But Darkest never hides.
I wish we could have seen that from Darkest POV. I don't understand how he found such swift shots. He's 10-1. Los. Someone needs to stop this man. He's just going to ham. 10-1, 4 rounds in. We head into the 5th. And it's a bit of a weird invest here. Stony Brook can't fully buy, so they've got a couple of hero rifles. Hoping that they're going to be able to push those to their success. And as we mentioned, some individual heroes definitely does allow that to be the case.
Sheriff's in the like here. Waiting. Side A main, but there's nothing going on right now. Northwood, they've flexed aggression. They don't need to do it anymore. They can just wait for Stony Brook to try and trickle in, or maybe do a strong display of aggression. There won't be any sort moment like that here.
Yeah, Stony Brook, they're hoping that somebody's going to peek into their crosshairs, but that, to this point, really hasn't been the case. Northwood, for what was an ultra-aggressive team on Haven defense, have definitely given themselves some chances to practice their patience. Would you say it's a virtue, after all?
Tim up for a big shot, and they secure it. Still is Benji on
30
site.
seconds left.
Rifle immediately exchanging hands. Benji into the off angle, but it's such a quick shot. Oh, Benji with another one. Hoping to end this out with an ace. Oh my god. He's done it again.
Rip Benji, more like Rip Stony Brook University. Dominated, dumpstered, and demolished by one man. Rip Benji, doing literally everything. He was the only B-site defender, but it turns out the only one necessary, the only one needed. It was technically an eco round, though. Stony Brook had bought 2 rifles to give them some better chances at doing some damage. Rip Benji saying none of that, but now the real kicker.
Be faster.
Oh my lord, this is just bullying at this point. Darkest with a great opener. Now still some presence on mid. Darkest wants a bit more. Take a few pieces out of Ethan, but I'll back off and keep their life.
Yeah, no real need to take that fight, to be honest. That's just showing Darkest and their confidence. I think they're now like 12-2 or 12-1, something like that. Maki will go down, though. That's the B defender gone. And so the site should be there as the pit's going to be pulled. Darkest, he's going to play denial.
This is such a ridiculous play. Going in front of the Viper's pit, you would assume that this is the safety. This is a guaranteed site. Stark is going to make a play for this. If they do, that would be absolutely absurd. But the thing is, yeah, they don't need to. They've cut off the rest of the squad. It's up to Tim to try and find that one. Updraft onto the pillar, looking right down. Kenji falls as well, picking up a new Vandal. They want the ace just as bad.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, no! It can't be 2 aces in a row, Vincent! It can't be!
I love this Stony Brook roster, but this looks like the boys against the men right now. Northwood are just absolutely dominating in every single way, and I think part of the reality, part of the difficulty in that last map was the struggle that some of the star power from Stony Brook had get going. Kenji not having the greatest of engagements, struggling here as well.
Benji up again with Nop. Tim with a great opener, an elbow, and a missed shot from Benji. This provides so much opportunity, a little bit of information, but Tyler actually taking places instead through double doors.
Yeah, interesting re-aggression there that Tyler gets away with. Shot where Benji missed the mark. Kenji going to recover the rifle, but now that's given time for Dip to stand tall onto the site.
Big no command. But it's not that Dip had much to use anyway. Now it's the re-aggression. Beautiful kill from Kenji. They want some more, and they're going to find it. Big cloudburst. Gives them some extra cover so they don't have to worry about the extra angles. One from window. I think Tim should be able to take that one down, but it isn't the case. Benji and Darkest find their man, and it's up to Ethan in the 1v2. Location not exactly known, but there it is. A Blade Storm hoping to end it. Not going to be the case. Ethan back with the Sheriff. They know that's a fake, but they have to give it a try. Pop flash, but no peek. Another fake. Here comes the look, and Benji! One to the chest is going to be enough. And it seems that there is plenty of time to find this defusal.
Yeah, they have it. Northwood, another round is there. As Kenji taking a massive step up, though. Must have heard me talking some smack and definitely goes for big value into that round. Unfortunately, it's just not quite enough. The 2v2 set up, but Stony Brook cannot clutch out. It'll be another round for Northwood. And I think what's scary is that this map, particularly, it shows the two different aspects of how good Northwood is, right? There's the fact that on Haven, Northwood tactically are genius. Here, Northwood just shoot, and they shoot damn well.
Okay, Darkest going for that same trick. I don't think Stony Brook's gonna fall for that one. That seems really absurd, the forward thinking and the placement of that fragment. They realize someone's going to be pushing through double doors, and that was just the perfect corner to stop the aggression. Even so, I honestly don't even know what just happened. Was that a kill through a snake bite?
It was. Mocking, I don't know what happened, but listen, knowing Mocking, he probably threw a snake bite at the guy he knew was low in order to kill him with a snake bite. I'm gonna guess that's what happened. I have no evidence to suggest that other than the snake bite kill, but Mocking would go for that.
It feels like a certified Mocking moment.
And that's supposed to be mindless, all right?
Yeah, that is like 3 months old. I think.
I'm appreciating that you remembered. It was back in week 5 or something.
The moment hasn't faded.
Well, Stony Brook gonna have to be careful because their moment, it's fading and it's fading fast.
This is absurd. I don't know how this was allowed to take place. Sable with a good refrag. But are they going to be able to do anything? No, certainly not with that recon arrow relaying that position every single second. And that's a major loss. But they forced their way up through mid, so they might be able to recover some position.
Oh, but the Owl Drone's gonna be playing spoiler for Kenji. No? Darkest, a little bit overzealous, and Kenji doesn't end up getting the frag, but Tim does. It's 3-on-3 in Los. This is some of the best we've seen. Best looks from Stony Brook. They'll have the plant. There's nothing but the null command for the offense. That's all that is available in the ultimate banks.
Even so, a lot of damage. Mocking with a great opener onto this retake. A back and forth. Tyler playing in between that toxic screen is such a menacing maneuver.
It's terrifying, that's for sure. I don't even understand quite how that went down. All I know is, as you mentioned, back and forth through the snake or the toxic screen, and the low HP allows for Tyler to do maximum damage. But seeing Mocking pick up a couple of assists there as well. Stony Brook yet to pick up a second round. Just the bonus was all they could muster. What more can they find? Huji should be able to gather a orb somewhere and have the tour de force prepared. Everybody else is a little bit lacking. Some half shields, a bulldog, a specter. And Stony Brook University limitations.
You want to play? Let's play.
No command in play. A long-range snake bite. And through the toxic screen. It's a loss of the null command. Ethan will be able to be revived, but even so, that kills any momentum that Stony Brook was bringing to the table. Toxic screen fallen. Dark is bringing in a response as well. Might even dash into danger once again. However, strength from Tim denies it. Another one from Tim.
Spike
However, it's
down
traded
A.
in tow.
Last
1
player standing.
on 3. Hit with that dart as well. This is a very, very difficult time for Stony Brook.
It's awful. It's horrible. Northwood, I just don't know what they can do that is going to be worse than what they've been able to do already. 2 back-to-back aces. It feels like they can't do anything wrong. The retakes, when required, have been perfect, but often not even required, just like that. Stony Brook. I don't like to count teams out, but it feels like this is a team that doesn't have any answers. We haven't seen them take a timeout here, but, well, at this point, would it help?
Oh boy. Well, we can tell that Tim is certainly on their way to be executed, and the kill feed will suggest the truth. Sable and Huji. Well, at least a little bit of a dent made by Huji down from Paul. What's the move after that? Could be an opening of the door, but Mocking's waiting for it. Now, sure, Sable able to remove that player. But in the end, there's just nothing the Seawolves can do.
Before the switch.
No, and I think that Stony Brook are a fantastic team, but they are just not at the same level as Northwood. But in fairness, who is in the collegiate space? Not anybody that I'm aware of. They've been pushed, but it's not even looked competitive on this map. The idea to go to Breeze, we talked about it at length. Was it the right decision? Right now, a resounding no from me.
Same moment. Oh, let's hold that thought. Aggressive play from Kenji. Have the tailwind activated, hoping for someone to enter within their reach. Won't be the case, and that is such a wild positioning. Up through B main, but it doesn't even matter. It doesn't seem that that'll be the location. However, a tour de force position all the way from B is an issue. However, Mocking with 2 more.
Down mid.
Takes 2 and the spike.
That being said, the Blades are still alive, and Kenji has been making inroads. Oh, but the Viper's Pit gonna put down the smoke in position. A little bit ambitious to get this far forward. The Owl Drone.
Player standing.
No. A little craziness. But Sable will find a final frag, and with the help of Kenji, a massive round, a
Switching
second
sides.
round for Stony Brook University, but it's just 2 overall. Not the half they were looking for.
Not the half I was expecting. I figured that Breeze, certainly not in the exact wheelhouse that we've seen from Stony Brook or Northwood, would have been a great moment for them to find a strength, because it was just a unorthodox pick. However, this is not the case at all.
Well, definitely want to see something a little bit better from Stony Brook, but if you want to improve yourself, maybe learn how to become a leader for life, head over to check out the Army ROTC, one of our partners here at the NACE Star League, helping us get this and all the games.
Hopeful there in that one corner. Kenji, a good opener, and you have Huji as well, hoping to hold it down from that cubby on site. They will be summarily deposed from their throne. Tyler just rushing on the other side of that toxic screen to pick up 2, but it's still even 3 on 3. However, rotation has been called for.
And Huji takes quite a bit of damage in the endeavor to dissuade Tyler from this earthly plane, and Mocking, no way, his timing could not be better. That should put a pretty solid cap on the round, and it will. Darkest with the, what is it, 12th pistol kill? You know, he only got 1 this time, Los. Only.
A little bit disappointing. But now we have that force. Of course, it's going to be another one from Stony Brook. They need to stay alive. They want to stop map and series point. They're going to have to reproduce successful rounds over and over. They have to do 10 in a row.
I mean, the problem is, to reproduce them, you have to produce them. There's no production just yet, but Kenji producing an opening pick, that's a requirement.
Darkest up again. This is a definitely an ambitious placement, considering they have the spike as well. Might be an issue. You've got Tim all the way by pillar, hoping to find the shot. They simply cannot. Another one. Kenji wants to take this play instead, but everyone's stepping up to the plate, and they're all falling. But in the end, does end up losing the spike, and Huji providing a bit of a presence down from double doors as well.
Oh, another nice shot. Tyler, though, infiltrating the back lines. Problem is the lack of spike. I like this. Waiting out. Making sure that nobody knows where he's coming from.
Oh, no, that's just a thing of beauty. Both players expecting it to be from defender spawn. Or this might be a sound
30
cue?
seconds left.
I don't think so. At the end of the day, both players are still hunting for information, but these footsteps are going to give everything to Huji. And there it is. First win that they'll need in a long climb to try and equalize this out.
Well, the journey has begun, but you should rarely call victory at the first step. Northwood, not really, or maybe they are going to invest here. I mean, they have the rounds to play with, so it wouldn't be all that crazy to go for something. But instead, it's going to look like a bit more of a standard save eco territory for them. Stony Brook, 3 players postured here at the A site. And that 0 point's going to find them all.
Spike down.
And that's a beautiful start from Huji. Goodbye, Darkest, the main threat that we found from Northwood. They've been sat. Kenji is right around the corner, too. He wants some blood, but no one wants to give it to him. Also need to worry about Rip Benji out from mid.
Yeah, Northwood really pushed into a bit of a one-sided position here. There's nothing that they can really do. They got found out early into the round, and well, now they just got to try and walk into all of these weapons.
Perhaps that snake bite will be exactly what they need to try and get the vulnerability. One by one, entering through this smoke. But it's netting more results than I would have imagined.
Certainly is. Mocking, that's your teammate, my friend.
Player standing.
Now Mocking going to be standing tall, alive. V2. This is actually winnable. The spike is in hand. If I'm Stony Brook, I'm terrified.
Toxin screen down.
Drop of the wall, 14 seconds left. A lot of question marks going inside of Stony Brook's head, but that is not going to be an issue. Tim able to ease the tensions, win the round, and recover a Vandal, but even so, an investment made by Stony Brook and still losing 3 players.
Yeah, I think that's... I don't want to say somewhat reasonable, but when you're playing up against Northwood, honestly, I don't think that the normal standards are valid anymore, Los. I think that you have to just adjust, realizing that these are players with incredible aim, with the ability to do things that the norm is really not prepared for.
Get out of my way.
Ethan with the opener. That was a big presence on mid pillar in a single lurker in that direction. You also have that no command put into place so they can walk onto A site. It will be planted by Benji. And Huji's hoping for a wacky angle. Won't be able to find anything yet. Darkest with 2 on the blades is still hunting for more.
Man's a blade demon right now. Always good for these frags. Oh, and he spotted on another one.
Oh my god!
Enemy remaining.
Darkest, he's not giving them a chance.
Bro.
A 4K for Darkest for map and series points.
Someone needs to stop that man. Literally outrageous. Stony Brook at 4 rounds, and they now are up against a brick wall. Now or never, do or die. It was, in fairness, a pretty big investment from Northwood. They blade stormed. They did hit the no command. But, I mean, same could be said for Stony Brook. That's the problem. Could be the last round of this game, this series, of this chapter in the NA Star League.
Darkest here. Double doors. They know Ethan's right around the corner. An opener. They still have access to that tailwind. Used to find a better position on Huji. Jumping up, knowing there's going to be a player from the defender spawn. Finally, Sable puts an end to that nightmare, but you still have to worry about Dip. They've moved all the way up into Hall. Shot in the back. Sable will finish the job. The placement is over on A, but the spike, it's on B instead.
Oh my goodness. It's gotta feel so bad if you're Stony Brook right now. You thought you had the investments and no Mocking. Mocking could end this round here and now. Are we gonna see another Mocking moment here to close out?
Oh, I think so. Mocking heard the footsteps. Here's the movement, but it feels that the timing and the position, it's just all so wrong. A spam, they know it's half wall. Has to be Kenji looking from every angle. Sable not expecting it. Maybe they didn't know, but they had to know. Looking eyes into that final moment of death. There was nothing they could do. The Mocking moment returns. A 4K. Not quite, but they can be happy nonetheless. It is the grand finals, the grand champions of the varsity division. It's Northwood University.
And I think to very few people's surprise either. Fantastic way to end it. Ended on a certified Mocking moment at that. I'm so excited to get to talk to one of these Northwood guys. Or, I mean, last time I think we got to talk to a director over there as well. So, regardless, I'm excited. And what else is pretty cool, though, about this is, I mean, they dominated. That map didn't even look close, and I think that that's more to do with Northwood's skill than Stony Brook letting down. I think that was a really, really good plays being made over on map number 1. But map number 2, it felt like Northwood got fully warmed up, and there was just no way back.
That seems to be the case. I'm not sure what exactly the disconnect was that we saw from Stony Brook. Perhaps it was not that they performed poorly, it's just that Northwood were on another level. However, I had great hopes for the Seawolves in Haven, but once we hit that second half, it seemed like a completely different squad, and the squads never swapped up in between maps. It was the same Northwood University that earned the 7 to finish off that map. The same one to earn the 13-4 here on Breeze.
Yeah, I also think, I mean, that play that we just saw a moment ago with Darkest kind of playing up and around with that updraft, it just felt to me like this was a team where at times they felt like they were playing on easy mode. I think that's the right way to put it. Not anything to do with the Stony Brook play. It was just that it felt like Northwood had it all figured out every single time, and here's that closing moment going to be coming through. But Los, I can't believe it. I'm so excited to see what more Northwood has to offer too, especially when it comes to their many teams that'll be at the in-person grand finals here this weekend.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're going to have a chance to take a look into the future of Northwood University, as joining us is Evolve, the director of the Northwood University esports program. Evolve, thank you for joining us, and congratulations on this victory. I mean, you know, you have a long history of Northwood success in esports. How does it feel to add another championship to the trophy case?
Yeah, it's great for the program and in general for the students. You know, anytime we get a chance to showcase our skills in a national, you know, in the Varsity Premier National Finals, you know, we're excited about it. And you know, these guys are working hard and, you know, in class and grinding the game. So this is the culmination of all their hard work paying off, you know.
I think it's pretty clear to say, for Valorant, you guys are the #1 team, and I don't think there's anybody who could argue otherwise. And if they would, well, they can talk to me. But with regard to putting together a roster of that caliber, this team now been together pretty much consistently over the last year. I mean, it's been like this is the third semester I think that they've been together. How have you been able to keep them together? Because I think that's sometimes the struggle with the collegiate squad is, you know, everybody's sort of moving in different directions. You know, you get players who are coming in, players who are coming out, have to focus elsewhere. What has been the critical piece to keep this together?
I think our biggest thing is the depth that we have for Valorant. I firmly believe we have 9 players capable of winning a championship. Any combination of the 5 can really come together. You know, like Ali, for example, wasn't playing today. Our normal smokes player. He had some pretty awesome things going on in the tier 1 scene that he's looking at. But like having, you know, Tyler coming in and starting in that spot is huge. And we have, you know, Drakeus, we have Tyler's sister Darcy as well. Are all really, really well known, good tier 2, tier 3 players. And I think that depth helps because you're able to give people breaks when they're needed, when they need to focus on other, you know, stuff in the tier 2 scene or school. You just have to have, you know, depth is very important, kind of like a traditional sport. It's something that a lot of the colleges, I think, are overlooking right now or just don't have the resources to build, but I think it will be more and more common in the next couple of years.
Well, speaking of depth, I think it's only fair to talk a little bit about the depth that you guys have as a program. A talking point that Los and I had on the desk here tonight was that we'll be seeing you this weekend, and I mean you as in all of Northwood pretty much, as you go into the grand finals in Philadelphia. You guys have 5 different teams, including this one as well, competing for a whole bunch of different esports. What's the key for you guys kind of coordinating all of that? That's got to get chaotic, right?
Yeah, I mean, we honestly rely on our, hiring student workers and student managers to really do a lot of the lifting with a lot of these teams with scheduling and logistical work. You know, like the unsung heroes are by far, you know, it goes by Slew, Ryan Seaback, TubeSock. There's just a lot of people that do a lot of things. You know, Eric Higgins, behind the scenes that you don't really see get the credit, but they're, these guys that are winning these championships owe a lot to the managers, really guiding them and making sure that they're staying on task and accomplishing what's needed. And, you know, we really pride ourselves in empowering our students. You know, right now there's 2 full-time staff to 121 students in our program, but we have I think 11 student workers involved as well on top of that. And yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is empowering the students. It makes the biggest impact on your team for sure.
That's awesome to hear. And I have to ask the question, there's probably only one right answer. How many Northwood NACE championships are we going to see over this coming weekend?
Well, I'm hoping, including this one, there's 5 total, but honestly, just getting there is awesome. And as long as our players are trying their best and doing everything they can to try to win and maintaining their school, win or losing, it's still good. You know, at the end of the day, I want these guys to graduate and get degrees. So, the classroom victories are, just as important, if not more important than winning anything. So I'm very proud of our team this semester from the academic standpoint. They've done very well. And, that's probably the biggest thing right now. Out of all the victories I could ask for, that's the biggest one. So
definitely an important one. Well, you've secured a victory here for Northwood Valorant, but we already know the past. We already have an expectation of what's coming this weekend. But can you tell us about the future of Northwood Esports? What are exactly the long-term goals for this program?
Yeah, I want to, to be honest with you, I want to continue to do what we've been doing, right? So we've had 2 players go to Overwatch League, 1 player go to the CDL, and I want players that are pursuing that professional career to be coming to Northwood, getting a degree while they're pursuing that and having a fallback. And it's going to continue to be our focus of the program is to recruit the best talent available across the country. And continuing to reload every year with depth and adding different games. I confidently would say we're, a top 5 team in 8 different esport titles across collegiate right now. And, as a school and a program, we would like to get to 10 where we're confidently top 5 in. So there's definitely some room to grow over the next couple of years still. But yeah, I mean, that's really what I want to do is I want students to have that fallback in degree that are pursuing that path to pro. I think it's very important. And, I want to be the resource for that, for sure.
Incredibly important. Well, Evolve, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on your team's victory today, and good luck in this upcoming weekend.
Thanks, everybody. You guys are awesome to watch, too, so keep up the good work, both of you.
Thank you. Well, folks, that is just one best of 3 that we got to check out. We have another grand finals coming up after quite a bit of a break, since this one is scheduled for 10 p.m. EST. So, go have a meal, take a seat, take a walk or something. We're gonna be back in quite a bit, but don't go anywhere when we get back at 10 p.m. because we have a real heater of a match. It's Fisher College versus University of Alberta. We'll see you soon.
Playing from C-Mac, but it just might be a little too late. Q-Tippy doing everything that he can to hold this hill in Cadence. Combat's gonna shut down C-Mac on that flank. SJ through the staircase, lines up two. Nicole State not done just yet. Cash, but here comes Combat. A double kill for St. Edwards, mounts them back into the hill. C-Mac fighting for his life.
Sure, like Lucas can, you know, absorb some of Mega Man stuff, but like we've got pallets, which are really annoying. Palutena might have a little bit of issue, but I thought we were going to see potentially GamerDog otherwise, but we're seeing GamerDog crushed a 0 to death.
Your way up long, and unfortunately they've been caught. They've been caught off guard, which is a really unfortunate thing. Rotations are already in. At Northeastern, I don't imagine a world.
He's farming!
There's a way they get more than this. Ban. Okay.
There it is, gonna activate it early, but they're caught in a gravitic flux.
Wow, Putter even gets paid on the upswing for that. Already so low that just simply bringing them into the air, able to take them out. And now Magician unleashed, finding a flurry of kills for Oregon.
Then pays for that one with their temporary car lives. Back now, full BPC squad up and ready to go. Krim is trying to walk the dog along the middle, not going to happen so easily. Puts it back on the leash right here, and BPC once again into the offensive. That's a perfect corner right there.
For West Virginia, but they'll take it. They'll be fine with it. So all onto this jet to stop things. DiDorocco needs to step up.
Oh, agility! The wall bangs, the reads, not even opportunity for them to come back. This is it. This is excellence in gaming agility right now. All right, and welcome back. We have one more best of 3 here for you tonight, but still, there's plenty of action in the NACE Star League as we're not done yet with the finals. They are just going to keep on coming. Tomorrow, it will be Super Smash Brothers and Rainbow Six. Friday, Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the man, you know, you'll love him. It's the Vinconian. It's Vincent. And then beyond that, it will be our LAN event in Philadelphia. It's Overwatch, Rocket League, Super Smash Bros, League of Legends, Call of Duty, Rainbow Six, Counter-Strike. There's just so much events, Vincent!
I don't know how we're gonna stuff so much esports into one weekend. It's just, it doesn't seem possible, Los. That's gonna be so much fun. I'm so pumped to be able to see everything that's gonna be going on. You're definitely not gonna want to miss it either. And well, it continues here with Rocket League. We just saw the varsity side of the playoffs continue and actually conclude. A Northwood victory, I think, is what we both expected. We head into their second matchup of the day, Los, and it is another exciting one. This is how deep the scene with regard to Valorant is. The Open Premier, I'd say about as competitive, which is crazy to think about. 2 top 10 teams in the collegiate scene, Fisher College and the University of Alberta.
Yeah, no, these are 2 wildly skilled teams, specifically Fisher. We touched upon him briefly in the beginning of this broadcast, and the fact that this is a relatively new collegiate squad on the scene, and they have made such amazing waves throughout all the different leagues. But let's take a look at the rosters. It's Ming, Syke, Clark, Logan, and Dory. And over from Alberta, it's Shimmy, Witter, Atlas, Velocity, and Curry.
Yeah, and I mean, we just talked about these teams, specifically Fisher. We saw them just last week, no, 2 weeks ago now, just because of the break. They won a huge game against UH Premier, the at that point number 2 ranked team in the nation, and they, well, pretty much took their spot. They're now at number 3. The University of Alberta, though, they're no slouches. Number 10 is not too bad, and it's definitely going to be interesting to see this club make their moves and see if they can define their spot here in the NACE Star League Grand Finals. I'm super excited. This is a team in the University of Alberta that I just haven't gotten a chance to see. which is rare. I mean, I feel like, Liz, you and I have seen like every one of these collegiate teams, but this is one that has slipped our net. So I'm excited to see what they have to offer against a powerhouse like Fisher.
Well, you know, better late than never, I would say. So I'm happy to be able to check them out. And what a better stage than the grand finals here at the NA Star League. So we'll take a little look at their journey through those semis to make it to the grand finals. Fisher beating out UH Premier, I believe. 2-1, taking the distance of 3 mappers. No problem there, but University of Alberta 2-0'd Ottawa Garnet, and that is no team to sneeze at. That's a very skilled squad. So I really am looking forward to seeing what these two teams can put to the table, but end of the day, I'm feeling that the Fisher Dynamo squad, the organization, the program they've got over there is just something, a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think they are, absolutely. And by the way, that U Ottawa Gwinnett squad said they're strong. They are. They're top 20. They're number 18 in the nation right now, and that's what's so impressive, to say the least, about these teams. But you know what else is impressive? Our partners, our friends over at Monster. You know why, Los? Why? They are not only the official partner of the NA Star League, but it's also pretty cool that they are allowing Canadian esports clubs to receive complimentary Monster Energy on campus. I saw that, Los. Peeking it in there. Hey. But yeah, check it out. NA Star League Twitter and the Discord for more information. It's super cool. Awesome to see. Listen, it's getting towards the back end of the semester here. Lots of finals happening. You might need some Monster to keep yourself awake and prepared. Definitely check that out. But you were talking a little bit about what's going on. The map pool that's coming up. Here's what we got going.
Okay, kicking things off. This is a fun one. It's Pearl, followed up by Haven. Continuing things out with Breeze. Now, this is a huge pick of Pearl in the beginning. I am very surprised that Fisher College let this one slide by because they do not have a good time on this map at all. It is a dismal 33 win percent with this team. Not a map that they want to be on, and certainly not one you'd want to start out on.
That's a little bit scary. I definitely think there's something to be said about the fact that Pearl is where we head. But listen, you have a permaban, and you have to use your permaban. So that's what it was, right? Like, Icebox is a map that Fisher just don't want to play. They don't play it at all, and so they've got it out of there. I think they've definitely. I don't want to pretend like they've kind of skated through, but they've definitely had some positive outcomes from, Pearl just not being a map a lot of teams play. And so even though they don't play it very often, they're not particularly great at it. They haven't had to play it all that often at all.
Hey, maybe with good reason they didn't have to do it or didn't want to do it. But it doesn't matter now. Your wants or wishes, because this is the fact. You're going to Pearl. Under the Sea is where the first battle of the ages here at the NA Star League in the Collegiate VALORANT Finals here in the Open Division. Can't wait for it. I'm very excited to see what compositions we're going to have brought forth, because there's a lot of experimentation, especially on this new map, especially with some reworks or buffs to Cypher, Astra making a stronger case in the meta. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw potentially Viper make her way into this scene as well.
Yeah, and listen, to be fair, it's not like it's been all, sunshine and roses for the Alberta squad on Pearl. They've played it quite a bit. They're pretty good at it, but they've also had some close losses on it. I mean, lost to the Texas A&M Maroon squad, which is a very good team. Then also played very close and ended up losing to the University of British Columbia, so a fellow Canadian team that is very strong. So it definitely isn't something that they're like unstoppable on, but it is absolutely one to watch. The other side of that was these agent selects, and you were mentioning the Astra. It's going to be 2 Astras for the time being, alongside a Viper on the side of the University of Alberta, which, I mean, I'm going to call it surprising in that we don't see one on the Fisher College side, but not abnormal to see a double controller here. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Well, with that double controller, it gives a lot of comfort for this defensive team, or when they get to the defensive side, rather. And speaking of getting comfortable, best way to do that while watching this game, since we're in it for the long haul, sitting down on a nice Mavix chair, and just like I am myself.
Ooh.
Big shout out to Mavix, supporting here in the A-Star League. But I also, you know, this is completely unrelated to tactics, but Chloric, with the maximum cap of C9 in his name, love it.
we do love a bit of trolling here, you and I, Los. But this Fisher College team, we mentioned them, you know, being new as a squad, like for collegiate. That's true, but as a team, as a core, this squad's been around for nearly 2 years, and that's the other thing, right? Having that consistency is huge.
Absolutely, because it's just a smooth transfer in. Are we getting a smooth transfer into sight? Not quite. Logan holding it down, especially after that rendezvous, able to keep things safe for them. Now it's up to Velocity, who I don't believe has been spotted yet. Wants to just go for some frags and maybe alleviate the defensive capabilities, but it certainly won't be the case.
I really like that that setup the Fisher had. It's a little abnormal. I mean, I say abnormal, like I've seen a ton of Pearl. It felt a little non-traditional with the fact that it was so exposed for the chamber, but it worked out brilliantly. Great little off angle to take that initial duel and instantly rendezvous out in order to reclaim the space with the team. Liked that Fisher had something, you know, a setup of that nature early on into this one, and as mentioned, maybe that's a little more common. I just haven't gotten a chance to see a ton of Pearl.
I mean, that's definitely a possibility here, but you know, the ever-expanding, ever-experimenting teams that can come up with these new, that what we would think would be an unorthodox setup at this moment, might be the trendsetters of tomorrow.
That's the beauty of it, right? And seeing that in the collegiate space is so brilliant. A little bit of aggression through art.
Oh, Witter sending out the paint shell and might be able to pick up something as a little bit of a martyrdom fact there, but Chloric and Ming simply wipe the floor with their superior firepower.
Velocity at least collecting something for the road here, but talking about aggression, Fisher just hadn't stopped pushing since that initial victory they found there. The spike should get planted. This is a 2-on-4 list. Some damage done to the Astra will mean that at least Alberta have a chance to do some significant damage.
A single shot and a peek from Atlas could be everything at this moment. However, a flank is going to be a bit of an issue. Big read on the Haunt. I mean, they already had that info, but they don't know about Atlas, and that would have been a necessary shot to take, but the pressure was just too great.
Yeah, requirements, but nothing to be found. It's the Alberta side losing out. Only a single kill as well. Fisher College going to be loving that as they head into number 3.
No charges left.
But the spike planted, at the very least. You know, a little extra cash flow of advanced for Alberta. They'll be happy to get that, at the very least. So, what we saw last round, aggression towards the A site, and ultimately in towards Art. We're actually seeing Psych set up, which, speaking of, we haven't really addressed the fact that we're on a bit of an abnormal pick when it comes to the duelists here. Phoenix makes a return, and I think this has been specifically a factor on Pearl, just Pearl.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of tight angles that the curveball does a lot of wonders. Hold on, let's take a look by. Football shot, and Psych does a 1-for-1. However, Velocity having something else to say about that endeavor. It does cause a bit of a rotation, though. Maybe a look toward mid, because 2 players have sacrificed themselves in an aggressive effort.
Logan is so far forward, though. This is a guarantee that nobody's coming up B long for now. With that being said, there's no commitment from Alberta just yet. And the 3 players remaining for the for the defensive side, they are relatively spread thin, though 2 of those 3 are actually at A. And that's exactly where Alberta will be going. This could be massive for the defense.
Find you.
Big read with the Haunt. Even if it doesn't find anybody, they know that the attack is coming. However, Dory is spotted out by the very same utility. Wallbang seals their fate, and it leaves Logan, who's on the other side of the world right now.
Spike planted.
Most likely just to save it.
Yeah, maybe an exit or 2 could be possible. Those Prowlers really giving Dory's position away. You got to feel bad about that. But great work with the utility for Alberta. Despite getting found out with regard to the positioning that haunt was great timing. And Fisher College, it's a bonus round. I think they can feel okay losing out on this. So, as mentioned, Logan, a few exits would be nice to find. Would really make a big difference into those next rounds if they are able to continue applying that pressure for the economy.
Witter might go hunting. I mean, this is a perfect location, and they know it. Oh, Logan coming out with 3, maybe even a 3rd. Not to be done, Shimmy. Although it did cost them, considering it was a bonus round, Logan is all smiles in that regard.
Definitely nice to pick up a couple. 3rd could have been cool too, but hey, Fisher College, they're all good. They're loving life right now. They've got the weaponry in hand, and they've got to run it back as well. That's a note to talk about, Los, because run it back, particularly I feel like here on Pearl, can be so incredibly strong. As we set things up early on, here's the initial push.
Not even a chance for a run it back. Psych taken down with efficiency, expeditiously. That forces also Dory to try and run away, save themselves along with Chloric, and they'll play the back of sight. Just a whole spam of utility being enacted here. But Dory even through that smoke. The Nebula provides no safety for Curry.
Yeah, that's got to feel bad for Curry, but Velocity, well, true to his name, speeding up Long B, making short work of the entry into the site. Now, why are all this noise going to be heard by the player in mid? That defender going to be calling this rotation, but Velocity, as mentioned previously, is all the way up. I think has been spotted out, though, in the back hall there. And so Losis sets up a 3-on-4. Alberta working from behind once again.
0 Point only takes the hit on to Shimmy there, but that'll be a momentary issue. They have the Nightfall if they so decide to use it, and there it is. Got some information, however, Ming on the flank. That's everything. Free fire from Logan, devastating.
And Fisher College, they might have lost the bonus round, but that gun round looked so good. Nothing really going wrong for them at all. And as mentioned, you know, Psych getting punished early. That frag through the smoke for Dory was so good to find the not only information but equalizer. Forces a rotate for Alberta, and I don't know who was pushed up mid, but whoever was pushed up mid found so much info as Alberta stomped their way back towards B. The whole crew of Fisher had that information.
About there.
All a game of information, and you know, you said this at the beginning of the last round, and it was just almost a weird bit of nostalgia for me when you said the run it back is available. I felt like I hadn't heard that name in a long, long time, and it might be put to use in this moment. However, it's such a strong presence that we have here in this engagement on mid, and Psych is the second one to go. Maybe it was a bit of a bait to think, no, they won't actually commit this ultimate. Well, they do, in fact, and even some information using the post-run-it-back camera to get an idea that Witter is still hanging around mid. Now they know.
Yeah, they were so very well aware. The Alberta Econ, well, it might have been fluctuating a moment ago, but there's no fluctuations here. It's only down. It is certainly one direction at that. That being said, 1vx, a flawless round. Fisher College, talking of this team, I mean, this has been the team to beat pretty much all season long. I think they've hovered their way, you know, with I say that with UH Premier out of the way. Fisher definitely are the favorites in this series, in this game. Don't know if we got to talk about on the desk, but the both of us are Fisher believers in this series.
Yeah, without a doubt, they have been an explosive team on the scene in Collegiate Valorant and just in Collegiate in general. Another one, I would say, to rival that of Northwood in their multi-title capabilities. But right now, let's talk about Psych. Holding this angle, doesn't have a chance. A little bit of an incorrect placement, and Witter takes advantage of that wholeheartedly. Another Nebula here, though, that will stop them and their advance.
That it will. So, an early advantage once again for Alberta, but remember, they had this before. They weren't able to convert. Psych fell early, and Fisher still were able to win that round. This has been a problem for Alberta, and they need to rectify it here now.
This is an interesting one. Oh, aggressive play with the flash drive, but it flows back in their faces. Now it's a showstopper. The winner doesn't want to make the commitment, but they'll just jump right into it anyway, realizing it has to be in that corner. Where else would Ming have run off to? And that realization, that game sense, has given them everything they wanted here on A.
Spike planted.
Great decision making. The swiftness of that was so perfect. And Logan shouldn't be able to find much more, but the showstopper being pulled out instantaneously as soon as the flash comes in. They know that that flash only is going to be coming in with a double commit. Fisher are a good enough team where they aren't going to solo push anywhere. And, I mean, even if they are, it's not going to be super committed if they do. So the showstopper being pulled immediately tells me that Alberta's thinking is super high level right now. They're definitely on the right page. And that commitment from Witter into the corner was also very intelligent. I'm loving the back and forth that Alberta have put together here.
Yeah, it was a smart play for the double swing with the flash. I was surprised by it, but it was an even greater response than we saw from Alberta. Over Witter. Oh, they're up far right now. Psych looking to make a move. Here another curveball, but they'll actually just try and get away. Chloric standing on top of heaven only gives himself the opportunity to lose their life. Backing off after a pick onto A. It's time for a rotation. Dory, the last bastion of hope before a sight fall. Well, they'll fall as well.
Yeah, I like that setup from Fisher over towards B, but ultimately, if you're Chloric, you just have to hit that shot, and no shot to connect. It's Alberta for a third round here. And Fisher, I thought maybe they were on a save, actually, but it looks like Psych has a gun, so maybe I'm wrong on that. We'll see what their money is like at the beginning of the next round, but I think Psych definitely would love to find some exits here, Los. It's getting about that time where, you know, Alberta win a couple of rounds, and now what will be a second in a row that their economy can start building.
No charges left.
Great free fires from Alberta.
Last player standing.
Yeah, finally they will be able to enact that last shot. Psych hoping for more, earning nothing they wanted. And we'll keep on that operator. As Logan is still waiting for a correct moment. Another round where it'll actually be put to great use because he's proven himself. 7 frags already.
That's a good spot.
Yeah, it could be now. I think that's a possibility. Definitely the operator in hand as well could be interesting. Feel like that's not the norm to be taking out the op every round here, but this long position is definitely the space you want it.
Bring them down.
Activation looking long again, but they realize the op is still in their hands, and it doesn't do too much good. It's not a very popular placement on A site, so that is exactly where they want to be. There is one defender. Well, there was. It's Ming holding that art angle.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive setup for Fisher towards B. Flash for Chloric.
No one there to greet it except Witter out from the box, and Shimmy and the tag team completely demolishes Fisher's counteroffensive.
Yeah, Fisher, they started out playing aggressive. Alberta got caught out with it 1 or 2 times, and now they've started to figure it out. These little counter plays. You saw the setup from Alberta there, playing the off angle, making sure that a flash comes in, they can swing with a second player very swiftly afterward.
Sorry, bro.
Oh, that was buttery. Curry didn't even have a chance to react. Psych with a good one. But that doesn't give them much information. They knew someone was hanging around on mid, but it's time for the pain to be felt. Story. They're the last hope once again, and fail to make a connection, at least help out their allies along the way to their death. And it's, again, Logan and Psych, the last two, a 2v4.
Literally nothing could be found there. I think Fisher should be saving. But Psych at least going to find something. That could be the way back in. And especially with the Nebula going down, Logan, the chance to come through, surely not, though. The time is just so far gone, Los.
Very least, Cycle go for as many frags as he can, and that was a good moment just to activate the run it back. Would have been great about 20 seconds ago. So they'll have to concede it one more time, but at least they'll bring a few more bodies along with them.
But it's all tied up, Los. It's 4-4. A situation where Fisher College at least going to have enough to rebuy. They are going to keep their weapons, the 2 that they saved, and they have so many ultimates. I think a great decision to save those weapons. I'm a big fan of what they were doing there. That being said, Alberta, they absolutely dominated. They found a great opening, and they were able to push that to its limits.
Now, one more time. We've got Logan on the op. And this is the last time, the worst moment, because he's not on B long. This is the one time that there's actually aggression, and there's no op to be found.
That's so tragic. You hate to see it, but a lot of utility being pulled out there. Fisher College putting enough down that they're at least making some questions for the Alberta squad.
Okay, here's a moment. If Psych is able to catch off this mid player, if he's able to get Atlas, that's massive. That's an opportunity to put a potential pinch onto Alberta. They actually won't make the commitment. Not yet, because they didn't know that Alberta is making their own on B. Dory, still the anchor on this moment, on this site. Wants to make a move, but it's the Viper's Pit. There's literally nothing they could do to stop this fight.
Nice blast pack in there. It's followed by the Prowler, and Witter makes that move, connects it. Because that Prowler play is so difficult to deal with, you hear the Prowler coming in, and you prepare to shoot the Prowler. Instead, you're met with a wild raise in your face.
Time for the run it back. Psych with the hot hands. Now feeling like a hot head. Unable to secure anything with that ultimate. This cannot be another moment. Another save. But it feels like it has to be. Alberta, they put everything together to make this work out. Psych is good for one, falls right after Velocity. Running and gunning. Is removing any threat that appears to be here for a retake. I mean, Logan, again, putting in some work in the final moments, but it means nothing.
Oh, he's even got the third there. Nice work for Logan. I mean, you know, like you said, I agree. It means very little in reality. Rounds win games. The eco damage not even beginning to matter right now. And Fisher College, now their econ is in a real rough spot. And let me tell you why. You got the saved operator and a tour de force to work with. So that's, you know, 2 ops. Not bad. The problem is, what do you have to deal with in addition to that? It's just a single Vandal and 2 Guardians. Not the greatest. The good news is this 1 or 2 ops could do all of the work, Los. That's all that's required. Particularly when you have something like the Nightfall. Speaking of, here's Shimmies.
Quick move off this one, Prowler, just to give that first bit of pressure.
Oh.
And in a matter of milliseconds, A's defense crumbles. Fisher College on the rotation one more time.
What defense?
Is this even going to be a retake? Are we going to find another save? Because if Flora goes down, that almost feels like you have no way back in.
I mean, the problem is Logan's tour de force. Okay, well, I was going to say you feel like you need to go for it because you can only use the tour de force this round and you're approaching halftime. But Velocity makes that a null point. Who cares? Alberta, they started out pretty weak. I mean, 4-1. And now they've run this back 5 rounds in a row. Los, I'm loving what I'm seeing, and it's all been these little micro plays that are really strong. I talked about that play that Witter made alongside the Prowler, the setup that was there with regard to the Prowler at A to find the player inside dugout. Like, there's just so many of these small things that I'm noticing that Alberta are doing so well.
Beautiful opener. Witter rips the head off Ming. And they were the lone defender of B site. So there you go. Another site taken by Alberta, and it feels effortless at this point.
It does. It seems like Fisher, they showed all they had in the first 4 rounds, and now they have nothing more to offer defensively.
Well, they do have just some sheriffs for this one. Like able to at least put one to bed. They might as well send their bodies on the line. A bulldog, though, in the hands of Klort. We'll see.
Last player standing.
We would have seen if that did anything, but it didn't.
Yeah, woulda, coulda, shoulda. That's feels like this half in a nutshell for Fisher. And you know, maybe my Fisher bias is showing, but I am disappointed in what we've been seeing. Yeah, it's last round. Maybe they can end this at a 7-5. Honestly, 7-5, 8-4. I wouldn't say this is over by any means. Because of how different things can look on the attack side for this map, but
a gift.
It doesn't bode well. I think that's the way that I would look at it, Los. What do you think?
Well, I would have to agree, and every other fan of the Falcons would agree that this is a disappointing start. It was off to a great moment with Fisher. They were feeling like they were in control, and it's a moment like that where a curveball just instantaneously denied. It feels like there's no real setting, no footing that Fisher has in this entire map. I mean, it's just the first half. But.
You said setting. I mean, I'm looking at setup and the lack thereof. It's just a solo play there from Syke, and how many times have we seen that shut down? It's like the 4th time this half. And in the exact same spot, the exact same way, this exact same curveball. A little disappointed at the one-dimensional nature that we've been seeing from Fisher. And, you know, for those feeling like this a little bit harsh, well, that's because I feel like we got high standards for Fisher. That's because they're a darn good team.
That's right. That is absolutely correct. However, with a little bit of patience here, I'm thinking that this may be a viable defense. Holding on, sticking to their guns, and committing to this Nightfall. There it is. A showstopper leading into nothing. A haunt perfectly placed. But even then, it's going to be a denial. No one can walk into sight. Nightfall brought out in return. And now we have the return of fire. This is an absolutely insane counteroffensive. They waited for Fisher College to expend everything they had. And Alberta came right back swinging with their own better utilization.
I'm so impressed with how often we saw that Nightfall come out from Shimmy. I think over those 12 rounds, I think Shimmy had like 3, 4 Nightfalls, something along those lines.
I should play some Astro
Stars. I didn't notice how many orbs Shimmy was grabbing, but it must have been quite a few. They were definitely putting a lot of pressure on trying to get that Nightfall going, because it was the entry into A multiple times over the course of that half. 8-4, and Alberta, I'd call that a dominant half. And imagine you lose the pistol and you're down 4-1, only to come back and win every single round after that.
Alberta certainly poised to impress, showing us that they are not a team to be underestimated. Velocity makes the quick escape, but nice read off of that Prowler to see the early aggression. But it's time to make a move. The Viper Wall could be a bit of an issue for Fisher to walk through, and it's certainly proving to be the case.
Yeah, just really dangerous maneuvers there from Fisher. You essentially have to take that risk, hope you hit the shots, and, well, the reality is they didn't. So it's now a 1-on-4. Logan, a little damage done at least, but that's all that can be had in Velocity. Another triple kill. How many frags does this guy have at this point? It feels like it's been a lot of high impact from Velocity. But regardless, Fisher not starting out that second half strong in the same way they did the first. 14-7 for Velocity is the answer to that question. Wow.
Well done, indeed. And you know, you look to the other side of the leaderboard. Logan and Syke, and even Ming, they're putting up numbers. But the issue is, well, specifically for Logan, a lot of those frags at the end of the day were low impact. They were at the result of a save.
It's a good point. It's a frustrating point as well. I mean, you know, that's not to say those frags are irrelevant, but certainly not game-winning, map-winning, round-winning frags that you would like to be seeing.
A little bit of the experimentation or peeking from Ming into that B-Link alleyway, but I don't want to make too hard of a commitment, walk into that poison orb. It's up to Logan at this moment. Nice shot to the shoulder. They'll be okay. Velocity isn't giving up. However, there's such a strong presence in B-Link. Chloric will remove Shimmy. They still have the frenzy in hand. It could be a massive moment if Witter falls as well, and it will be the case after quite a battle. On the other side of this battlefield, it's Velocity and Logan. Velocity wins their one. B isn't the place to hit, though. A finally offers an opportunity.
Imagine if Fisher can bring this back 2-on-2. What a huge win that would be. But Alberta, they're very spread, coming at this from two different angles. The problem is for Fisher is that those angles aren't going to be any of the ones they're in, which will pretty much guarantee that Alberta know where these two defenders are located. Oh, this rotate
make that
from
commitment. Chloric. He's so low. Just a look, a singular peek at this player is going to be a disaster. However, it's halved, so it's still going to be enough. Velocity, quick on the draw. The ability to play together in that final moment was everything Alberta needed, but that was such a dangerous round.
Yeah, and I love that play from Chloric. I mean, I think you could call that about as perfect a play as you could ask for in that situation. There's not really anything else you can do. Has to wait that long in order to, you know, hopefully see them jump off together or maybe play separately of some way. I don't know. There's just nothing that's the right answer in that scenario. So Alberta with a 10th round, albeit a very difficult one. It'll be pretty fast aggression towards Art. We got 3 players there, 2 towards the A mains position as well.
Psych stuck in the seas. They're just using all of their bullets to try and save themselves and fend off the utility. They will be able to earn 2 now. One more player defending. It's Atlas. Just walked on the site. Don't have the well or the time to even use a well. And it's forced Velocity into a 1-on-4 with simply a ghost and a headhunter.
Yeah, this round, it feels exactly like what a full gun round against the bonuses should look like. Velocity, timing not on their side. That's a triple for Logan. Finally getting those high impact moments we were talking about.
That's what they needed so desperately. And now it doesn't feel like such a major gap. I mean, it was a singular round, but it puts a cap on the... How many rounds in a row is that? The 9-round run that Alberta was just careening on.
Impressed with that map there, Lewis. I wasn't even going to attempt that.
I just did a 10-1. I didn't even bother counting that.
Yeah, don't make me feel even worse than I already do. Don't worry. It's Fisher looking to make Alberta feel bad about this. But the C's nade, it's so darn good.
Perfect read into the aggression. You know that this has been a moment that Psych has tried to take advantage of previously, so why not do it again when they have a better footing? Dory, just running and gunning. An illegal play for sure for that headshot to make a connection, but it doesn't matter.
Where's the whistle?
The site.
It's a red card time. Not allowed. Oh,
what timing
Velocity.
is that?
That's outrageous timing right there. How long until Velocity gets shot in the back here?
One enemy remaining.
Not long.
Not long is the answer. And it's a flawless round for Fisher. Now they're feeling hot. Now this is a team that lives up to the caliber that we are expecting.
Yeah, and listen, I had a little bit of criticism there for Fisher because we saw that exact C's nade combo on as soon as there was contact in Art last round too, and they still went for that play. But maybe the idea was just to bait it all out with the run it back, you'd go forward and find those 2 opening picks. Maybe it was just a little bit deeper than I was thinking. Fisher, whatever it was, it worked out.
I think that's one of those up to the viewer's interpretation, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and definitely one of those situations where you could argue whatever the outcome is, you know? If it worked, well, it was all part of the plan. If it didn't, it was a mistake.
However, something that didn't work in their favor, being already gone, they don't have any smokes to take this site, and B is certainly a site that you're going to need to deny vision. However, sometimes you don't need it. Sometimes you could just land that shot out of nothing.
Sometimes you just get mega lucky and it's whatever, dude. It's fine. Fisher College, I mean, I'd call it a bit of unluckiness in this round, especially that shot from Velocity through the toxic screen and the Nebula. But with that being said, 0 point prepared, and that's going to mean entry into this site.
And it's also no escape for Velocity. They have to stick around inside the back hall. But Dory has just been able to sneak on by, but it hasn't meant much. And in fact, that gives them a rifle. It's up to just Cloric and Logan. And they are far and clear away from any hopes of taking this, especially since this spike was dropped so far into the site.
That's brutal. A big win, in fact, a couple for Fisher as they jump up to 6 rounds, only for the Eco to be their undoing. They get thrifted right when it matters the most and right when they are on the cusp of starting to run this thing back. 11-6 for the Alberta side, and they are doing incredibly well right now. Los, this gun round, this is pretty much for the game, I think. Fisher's money is good enough that they should still have some cash if they lose, but I feel like Alberta's momentum would be unstoppable.
It has to be. If this isn't secured by Fisher College in this moment of pure pressure, it's got to be going the way of Alberta. Because to expect them to be able to perform in a successful manner 6 times in a row with no gaps, after what we saw in the previous half,
it's hard. Some would say undoable, but you know Milos.
Wait, look at Velocity right now.
Oh my goodness, you're right. He owns the map. This is his map.
At the same time, this is free entry into A. No one is even watching it. Okay, winner's been spotted out. A good shot from them. Here comes the Nightfall from Art. And they clear out Curry. It's their side to take. And even jumping around, Cloric! They secure a monumental kill. Just one shimmy. Some of those players are severely damaged, but it's not going to be an easy one. Maybe you can pick up 1 or 2, but that won't even be an idea for them. Sight closed it out, and a must-win was won.
That it was. A cold case of the timings, though, on that round for, I think, the whole server. Everybody caught it all at once. It was a disease going around, I guess. Hopefully it's been cured, because that was ridiculous. Basically, everybody for the defense pushed and found nobody. The only place they didn't push was Hart, and that's where the entire offense played. Fisher taking A for free and finding some nice timings on the on those flanks. Ming playing Overwatch as well. Really good to see. But as mentioned, Fisher, they still need to continue this. This is not just a one and done. Ooh, Velocity. Spotted sight. Ooh.
And all of that pressure. It was actually Witter who pushed all the way up through mid and got caught out. The same location as the previous round. However, Shimmy's even getting aggressive. This is seeming to be Fisher College coming in on their strong suit. An aggressive play by Psych. And they got exactly what they were looking for. A single pick, ability to escape. They could walk on for free, but they still have to deal with this upcoming Viper's Pit from Curry.
Yeah, Curry just peeked out there at A main, trying to poke their head and see if there was anybody aggressing. Didn't spot anybody. Is going to try it once more. and might get punished for the endeavor.
Player standing.
Yeah,
There's so much pressure from every angle.
that's rough. And this should be a save. Velocity, there ain't no way he goes for this, right?
No shot, especially with that
Spike
rendezvous
planted.
setup. He knows exactly what the deal is. And I think so does Fisher. Look at all those players running around. They want this. They want to take this up away. He's not even close to picking up another one from Purchase. He has to escape. A tour de force isn't on the cards. They want to get rid of this thing here and now. Bait out a shot. Or maybe just lose a whole bunch of lives in the process. No, Dory finally puts that one to rest, and it's 8-11.
And that's really important because of the fact that they had won the 2 previous rounds as well. Fisher College, very important to take that out because you can look at the money. It's nothing. Nothing available. Just a couple of sheriffs for the Alberta squad. They've got very little to work with. And they'll buy what they can, you know, get some eco weapons out. You and I know, best sniper in the game. The Stinger.
Yes,
Big
sir.
fans. Guess the Canadians are also big fans.
Sometimes, you know, it's instinctual. It crosses borders and boundaries of all kinds. Dory now looking to cross into Art. Got a double stack shimmy. This is the first line of defense there. Even Curry pressing around the double doors. But no one is able to get a clean shot on anybody. It's all retreating.
That fragment's gonna make it so the entry back into that area is stalled for a good moment. Shimmy had no fear whatsoever. Nice trades, though, all.
What's the fear when you have the Stinger in hand? Haunt destroyed. Blaze giving a little bit of cover, but it doesn't do too much. Witter actually somehow surviving outside of that siege. I don't know how that happened, but
Yeah, nice little. I actually think it was the line of sight moved out of the nebula, and so no line of sight.
Here comes the Stinger. There it is. Clearly the superior weapon, as we've been saying. And Atlas puts in 2!
Hold on a second. And the showstopper as well.
Last pack, just looking out. Oh, do they see it? Oh my god! It lands right onto Dory. This is how they earn map point through a thrifty.
Not only a thrifty, Los, but their second thrifty of this half.
Match point.
Fisher got to be kicking themselves. The sniper rifles, they worked. Those darn Stingers, man. He like 3 burst. It was not 3 shots in the burst. It was 3 separate bursts at range.
That was a lot of time that kill took. That was a lot of time.
Like that just can't be allowed. This is not it. It's the grand finals, man.
Woo. Now map point. Alberta looking to take their pick home. And this is a very common attempt that we've seen from Fisher College trying to break into Art. Comes with that curveball. One more curveball right around the corner to be expected and to be double peaked. Dory coming in with the trade though, so it's not a lost venture.
No, there's a nightfall for Alberta. And actually, there's a tour de force that Fisher could be using here. They've just not elected to just right now.
Playing it close. However, they do have to deal with this toxic screen. More specifically, Curry and Shimmy. Looking to be that duo, top to bottom, holding things down. The Prowler, a distraction. And still a lot of damage being peppered into Logan. No frag has been secured, but the Cosmic Divide is hoping to provide some protection, and it will. Atlas falls in the flank, and it's up to Fisher College just to keep on their side of this wall.
Yeah, that Cosmic Divide was so impactful. Really loved the timing of it from Fisher. Saved their butts, not once but twice in those engagements. But it falls just now. It's crossfire setup. Back haul. And out towards long. Nobody needs to peek. Nobody needs to invest here if you're Fisher. Alberta, they should be allowed to save if they want.
I think that may be the case. You can see the repositioning there from Shimmy. An attempted shot from okay.
Well, a little more than an attempt. A lot ridiculous, but hey. At least it will be it for the time being. 12-9, the score for Fisher. Not great, but they're at least still staying alive. They have 3 rounds between them and overtime.
The money situation is something I'm curious about here for Alberta. I think they may have enough to bring in another buy, and that is the case, but it's bleak in terms of the stinger here, at least for Atlas. Otherwise, everyone is running in with the Vandal.
Yeah, not the worst, certainly, but Alberta, the other thing that they're running low on, ultimates.
Oh no, this is a problem for Velocity. Yeah, no escape here. They'll just run back to the dugout and hold the angle with the op, and they know that it's still on the hand of Velocity. They'll make an attempt nonetheless. Comes to run it back, follow it up by the curveball, but Psych is stuck right in the center, expecting that swing from Velocity, but he's the winner in that department.
Yeah, so hard to deal with that. A rifle versus an operator, and that engagement is just not your cup of tea. You're the rifler, but Atlas.
Oh, Atlas.
This positioning is precisely where the stinger finds its maximum value.
You cheeky dog! He does it! And that 1-for-1 is still good because it's a rifle out of the hands of Fisher in exchange for a stinger.
That's, I mean, so good. Though that being said, the defense overall not going to love those sorts of trades. You can see now defense taking some liberties, putting pressure over towards A. They've got 3 in that area. They spotted out 1 inside Art, and the aggression as well from Shimmy over towards mid. This fast flank from Shimmy could be it.
Velocity is still holding hope for this one shot and
oh, no.
Still holding on to their life, which is the most ridiculous part in this whole situation. Is this rendezvous even viable? Around the corner, you've got Ming with a 3K, and they are feeling fine. You can run away with this op, but they'll still have a tour de force, even if they are gunned down in the process, which is more than likely going to be the case, unless they could be a little sneaky.
Oh, maybe shouldn't have taken that shot, but missed objectives will equal death for Velocity. There was so many ifs, right? So many big moments there in that round, right? The chance for Velocity, you hit the 1 or 2 of those shots, and suddenly that round goes your way. Shimmy needed to be a little swifter on the flank there. Probably it just took a little bit too long, taking their time clearing out the angles, and it all goes right for Fisher. They use the big ultimate advantage that they had, and I say big, but that Nightfall is huge. It's what allows them entry into the site. It's what we saw Alberta use to their effect so many times on their offensive side. It's just straight up Nightfall on A.
Now another look toward B. But that's all it is, just a look. As well as 1 in mid. Clark waiting, expecting, and hoping for this. I'm not sure if that was just a check, or maybe a bait. This could be a case of timing. Witter putting in some pressure, but no one expecting Shimmy to be there, but Dory's quick enough on the draw that it doesn't matter what they expect.
That's so tragic. Shimmy's been in so many good spots the last 2 rounds, and none of them have been effective.
Oh, might be a little bit of damage onto Psych, but clearly not a factor, and neither is anybody else on this team. All missed shots. All missed opportunities. Of course, they don't have great firepower, but with all these close encounters and angles, maybe something should be put together.
Yeah, Alberta really struggling here. I think they might be starting to feel a little bit of pressure. It's a grand finals, for goodness sakes. And a flawless victory for Fisher. They, on the other hand, are playing exactly the word on your screen, flawlessly. Right now, Dory, that frag on towards Shimmy. I cannot state how impactful that is. Shimmy could have won the round for their team. Unfortunately, Dory shuts them down. And it's only now, Los, do Alberta take their timeout, just 1 away from overtime.
Quite late indeed, as there's been a strong run from Fisher. You would have imagined that they wanted to slow down the play sometime earlier, but at the end, a timeout is still necessary, and things can change here on out. And something I noticed when we're looking back at the leaderboard is that Fisher College have been incredibly consistent across the board in terms of their fragging capability. It's not quite the same when we're looking back to Alberta.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's been more of a, couple horse race, right, on the Alberta side. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that per se. But I do think that there is some of those moments, right, where the individuals step up. Having everyone available to do that is definitely an additional tool in your belt.
It comes with no doubt. However, there needs to be a step up from every single individual here from Alberta if they want to prevent this from going to overtime.
12-11. Tour de force is called in for both teams. And they're both out here towards long. This is crazy. Velocity with quite a few angles to look at here. Logan could be swift, could be called out.
And that's an intense focus that Velocity has in this moment. I'm not sure they're going to be expecting anything on the right side, but a flick from this player is nothing short of what we'd expect.
Anticipation building over there at long. The rendezvous is available, to be fair, for Logan to get out should it be necessary. But with that being said, the rest of the team holding out over towards the A site.
Taking that back.
Not super interested in getting aggressive there for Fisher. Now Logan, he's not been spotted. He's not, but he just gets lagged. Velocity will stay alive.
Now they're putting in some more pressure, running it down. B-Long might be an opportunity for a kill with the tour de force, but not the case. In fact, they want to walk through, but they end up walking inside of that snake bite.
No.
A greater danger. Velocity finally putting a bullet into Psych, and that slows the offensive. Dory around the corner, hoping for something, but they lose their life and lose the spike as well. There's 9 seconds left to get this spike planted, but I don't think there will be anyone to stop that. May not stop it, but they will finish it instead. It doesn't matter, the spike was planted, it will be defused. The site recovered by Alberta, and the map recovered by them as well.
Just barely, but they get away with it. Velocity staying alive at the very early stages of that round is so important. And Los, you know what that means? That means I think this might be a 3-mapper. Or, Alberta has a chance to do something that would seem outrageous, is to upset the number 3 team in the nation. That's incredible stuff, isn't it, Los?
It's incredible that there was such a 9-round streak of rounds coming from this squad. Alberta definitely came to impress, definitely came to win. But also, we had that strong recovery from Fisher. They're letting us know, they're reminding us why they're one of the top squads in the region. And I'm not surprised by that recovery, and I wouldn't be surprised as well if we do hit that 3rd map. But we still have some time. We still got to find out if it'll even be necessary. We're heading over to Haven after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. The NA Star League Valorant Open Finals continues after this. Map 1, certainly a nail-biter and a great recovery from Fisher College, but it was the map pick of Alberta. Now we're heading over to the Falcons' favorite. We're going to Haven, so I'm wondering if it will be such a big disparity in the beginning, or will this be Fisher College all the time?
Yeah, I think that there's definitely a lot to dislike from the early stages of Fisher's play there. They really did a good job of stepping up by the time the end of the game rolled around. And in all honesty, I think by the end of the game, they looked like the better team, but they ended up losing anyway. It was just so close, and Alberta were able, I mean, all they needed was one round, and they were finally able to take that. Now, you got to look at it like this, though. Pearl was a map that Fisher, they play once or twice. They're not particularly great at, and they tend to struggle on in general, particularly on their attack side, which is exactly what we saw initially. But then Haven, that is not the case. They dominate over on Haven. They beat teams like Northwood on Haven. Like this is a good map for Fisher.
Excited to see it now. This is a more of a moment for Alberta. What is Alberta going to bring to the table? I mean, we're only about to find out. Haven, it's an often played map, but certainly not their best map. Not the one that they're always looking to play all the time. That doesn't mean they're going to be shy from it. This is one of the standard ones here in Collegiate. So I'm wondering if that was a bit of a slump that we found Alberta because it was such a strong roll from Fisher. Do they feel like they barely scraped away with that victory? Is that energy going to continue into the next map? Only time will tell.
Yeah, and I think that the other thing to note here for Fisher, though, is that, yeah, Haven's a map that, honestly, you kind of have to be playing. And so in that way, that's definitely a map that Alberta play. But, like, Fisher's played this map 9 times over the course of this month. And they've lost it once, and that was in double overtime. No, single overtime, and that was to UH Premier, who arguably are the #2 team in the nation. So it's really hard to see a world here where Fisher loses this map. That's where I'm coming from. I'm happy to be surprised, though. I think there's a chance, albeit a small one, particularly when, you know, this is a team that's beating, you know, I'm just counting 3, 4, 5 different top 10 teams.
I mean, that's a strong resume to look at. So it's definitely looking to be, based all things considered, a strong Fisher map. But if I'm looking at Alberta, on the other hand, they were able to take that final map, or that first map, but it really was relying on velocity for a majority of those big plays. Witter and Shibby, of course, had some great moments as well. But what I'm looking for is a little bit of a stronger involvement now from Curry and Atlas. It does seem to be a case when you have that double controller, it can be hard for some of them to find those frags that they need, but that is going to be a necessity if Curry is going to be on that breach roll.
Yeah, I'm definitely right there with you. Definitely gotta have a different showing from some of the individuals over on Alberta if they want to win this 2-0. And that's crazy to be talking about because they won map #1. I mean, like, this thought process, this talking point is typically of one of a team that maybe didn't win the first map, but that's what happened. That's what's crazy about this whole thing. Fisher, even when they lose, set things up to where they are all on their head. And we're getting into Haven. The agents, pretty much standard.
Yeah, I feel like we could just talk all day about the same thing, but this is what you need if you want to find success on Haven. I'm open to a discussion to see if there's a difference that could be brought into this agent selection, but hey, for now, this is it. This is what you're going to see, and these, as the top teams in the nation, in the collegiate scene, are picking exactly what you want to bring to the server. But also, if you want to bring something great to yourself, check out BetterHelp. Always nice to talk to somebody, no matter what you may be going through. Scan the code on the screen, or use the code 0B1D8.
My favorite. One of my favorites. But yeah, 100%. I can speak from experience. It's always better just to talk stuff out. Definitely don't wait Fisher College not getting a quick move into this one. Actually, maybe so. Psych further forward than I anticipated. Gonna find the opening pick.
Big run now into B site. Via plants of the spike, and Psych getting a little aggressive, but they'll think the better of it and maintain their control on B itself.
So the post plant here is set up. There's a player coming in from the flank, but no! That's Witter already gone down. Things looking bad. And now even worse. Velocity V5, not even a chance. It's a flawless victory for the Fisher side, and I'm already liking what I'm seeing from Fisher. They are definitely looking a little bit better. Alberta. I do think that there's definitely part of me that feels like Fisher were warming up a little bit at the on that first map. And as they looked better and better as time went on, now we're seeing the true Fisher power.
It's the end result of a team that is gaining speed. Or maybe it's just a big flash, a big opener on their map selection. I wouldn't guarantee either result, but here we are on the fourth round. Nobody on C to greet Fisher.
Psych following the boombot to the wall there. And yeah, as you mentioned, 0 people home on the T side of things. Which honestly makes this even harder, because when you're Alberta, you're working with limited weaponry. It's just going to be saved guns. Nothing to be found. Here's the flank.
Perfectly watched by Logan. Oh, another one to follow it up. This is kind of what we're expecting. What we're noticing is also
Player standing.
just whimpers. Barely any shots being sent out by Alberta. Of course, that's a full-on save that we're checking out, aside from, I believe, a Sheriff on Shimmy. But even so, it feels like a half-hearted retake, even though it was that forced round.
Yeah, I think half-hearted in the sense that there was very little chance at success, and now the chances, they do go up by a very large margin. The weapon advantage now in the hands of Alberta, believe it or not. And beyond that, well, a couple of Bulldogs, Spectre. A little bit more than I think a lot of teams would be investing into a round like this, but Fisher have some serious firepower.
Ming now in sewers. Sitting inside this dark cover, potentially waiting for anyone who wants to get aggressive off of the back of that. But Shimmy's not going to bite. Sitting at the top of short. Looking for this exact moment, and the lineup, or I guess the angle, just worked perfectly in their favor.
Brilliant. Alberta, they actually have a good read of this situation. The long push doing wonders for the information, and 4 players now grouped towards the A site, but it's actually going to be a rotate. This should be heard by this Omen, though.
Should be a problem. Atlas might be able to get the better of Logan, and the jump as Velocity already took down 2. Coming through B is a big problem. The third found. But in that, it is a trade. Yet Logan
30 seconds
Ming
left.
might actually have a shot at this one. And they certainly do.
Bruh.
Oh my god, Logan with a 4K right now. They've isolated the fight, and it's just up to Curry to finish off a 1v2.
Yeah, now, I mean, Fisher, they just had a 2v5. Now it's a 1-on-2 in the favor of Fisher. That's insane. Alberta.
My ult is ready.
Look at the clutch. Fast flank here from Curry. His position is good. But the HP favoring Fisher. And it's the ace.
Oh my god.
He's got them all. Logan dominating.
That is absurd. That is absolutely insane. Logan demolished Alberta in a few moments, and it felt like everybody kept taking these 1v1s against him. There was not a single moment where 2 players at the same time had the opportunity in what should have been a double peak and putting it to rest. This is one of the largest bag fumbles that Alberta could have experienced.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is going to go down in history as one of those moments for Alberta that they should have had, but they just could not quite figure out. Aftershock gonna split off the offense though, but I mean, it's tragic that Logan's the guy out front. You don't want to deal with him.
Game 6, Curry losing out again. Velocity putting on some pressure from the back of sight, and Logan now has the real hammer on him. In the end, he's still going to end up thinning out the herd. It's up to Shimmy fighting this 1v2. Another clutch attempt coming. Another clutch attempt denied.
4-0. Though I will say these have not been clean by any means, especially those last 2 rounds. But 10-1, I'd say that Logan certainly is powering the rest of the squad. He's equaled all of their kills combined. Not to mention the entire other teams too.
Well, there's not many on the other teams, so...
Yeah, I mean... Listen, you didn't have to say that, Liz.
Sometimes you got it. Ball line down long. Witter able to put the demon that has haunted the dreams of Alberta to rest. They have a better chance at pulling things down now. Witter for a second, and they will stay alive. Not even a bit of damage enacted on them. Showstopper activated, and it will stop Dory from making their escape. That is the spike. So this is a bit of an issue. However, it is recovered. Orc has it in hand, but maybe they don't even need to rotate. And in fact, by taking down 2 more, this is their sight. They have one at the back of it. Velocity with the tour de force. Are they expecting Clark around the corner? No. But Atlas is on the flank.
There's no way.
It's expected, but Atlas wins. That was almost devastating.
Chloric a bit asleep at the wheel, to be honest. Don't know what the thought process there was, but clearly not looking at the right spot. Maybe looking up the map, maybe hearing something from the communication of the teammate, who knows, but finally, Fisher denied, despite the fantastic read by Chloric there. It'll be a 4-1 scoreline, but with the opt-out for Velocity, it certainly isn't done yet. Logan has a tour de force ready to go as well, and Atlas,
you want to play? Let's
prepared to get aggressive against it.
Kelby will be safe haven here. It's a long angle checked by Logan. Waiting for anyone to show their face. It's up to Atlas to hold that position. And now they have an escape. Gonna use that shrouded step, but it doesn't matter. A spam from Dory is enough to remove them. It's a 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day, though.
Yeah, great work, though, to be honest, for Dory to find that frag. Very tough to hit that shot. Witter making that shot, though, look very easy. And it was pedestrian for Witter. Skill level abounding.
Oh, a missed shot from Logan. 2 of them, in fact. And Shippy walks away for free. They've got all the information they need. A little bit of a shell does miss the mark. They do have that rolling thunder for the post plant.
Yeah, that's the key. It's critical. That come out. Dory even gets another rolling thunder. Could be now, but no, Dory just gonna hit all the shots. He's got the quad already, and Velocity needs to 1v3. Picked up 2 already, and now the headhunter just not quite enough. Dory picks up so many frags, nearly a clutch from Velocity though.
And that was off a fault line too. Everyone ran inside from CT, and it was just a massacre for Dory. A perfect use of that utility off of Breach, which is it's a testament to why Breach is such a necessary pick when it comes to Haven.
Serving himself up his own little assists there, hey? It's too bad you can't get assists for yourself.
I think those are just called kills.
You know what? You make a valid point, Los, but I'm gonna keep on with it.
Okay.
You should get a kill and an assist.
We're here on round 7, and Velocity with the headhunter. They were trying to win it out. At least they get a good start in this next round. Big read off the hunt. Curry hoping for something with the swings. They also have a little bit of pressure, but it doesn't matter. The running and gunning from the rest of this Fisher College crew is going to do everything they need.
I got to be honest with you, Los. I felt like that round was essentially all shooting all the time. Like, everybody was just holding mouse one the entire round. From the or at least from the offensive side, right? Like, just, yeah, shoot. Okay, we'll reload. Everybody kept running into the bullets, right? Alberta struggling. 6-1. I mean, I'd say that this is not looking good, but remember, it was 4-1 in the last map before Alberta came back. It's a little bit more difficult, though.
Now that's a deep dark cover placed. Time for them to make their presence felt. Double satchel, just looking for any stragglers, anyone hiding in the corners. But it will be no one. It's rolling thunder, though, for Alberta. Maybe follow this nightfall. But it's a nightfall on either direction. It's only going to hit Curry, though. But Atlas caught out in an attempt to make the play from mid. And that's even further presence, denying any entry onto site.
Prowler, the Seas, everything coming in to deny that entry as well. And there's the paranoia to add insult to injury. They can't see, they can't move, and they sure as well cannot get in through past this choke point. Fisher College, just a wall of utility and abilities. Alberta cannot move past it. That's just so frustrating.
It was a beautiful showcase of denial in every sense of the word. Alberta doesn't even have a chance to try and get themselves onto the site. It is a struggle after struggle. We're talking about the 9-round streak that Alberta took back on Pearl. I feel that we're headed to a similar timeline. Maybe not such a large streak, but the disparity of success for Alberta feels all the same.
Yeah, that's exactly the right way to put it. Oh, this is a nice bait and switch angle.
Expecting the quick shot. At least Psych falls for that one. But at the end of the day, a quick bang clear. Everything Fisher needs to walk on through. There's no hope. Logan, oh my god. This dude is just unstoppable.
Yeah, he really is playing on a different level right now, Los. And the other side, I mean, I also say that, but like Velocity is playing at that same level right now. He's got the same amount of kills, whilst the rest of the team that he's playing with is 1 for 8 round-wise. That's pretty insane when you think about it, and I want to give some props to Velocity, who's just popping off. Played just as well last map. Into 24 and 15. It's now 12-9, but this score does not tell that story.
Go get it.
It's just an amazing synergistic feel from Fisher. Everybody is doing their part, and all their plans feel so smooth, so fluid. And even individual players have those moments where they pop off, and that's how they're staying consistent with each other.
Well, and that's the thing, right? They're not even doing anything weird, like groundbreaking. It's just normal stuff. You know, straight onto the site, run it down C, guns out, play together. That's all they're doing, Los. It's basic stuff.
Okay, fade nade, but it does make a connection. Dory falls, and that is the first sign of a retake hope in a long time. They're making major commitments. Rolling Thunder, Showstopper. Witter doesn't see anything. Witter doesn't know where anybody is. Did that nightfall or no nightfall was used, so they had no information. With such a major commitment, how are they going to lose it like this? They won't. Finally, a stroke of luck, a moment for Alberta to have their time. An attempted comeback. It all starts here.
You know, some would say a stroke of luck. Others would say Fisher maybe doing a bit of the fumbling of the bag, but you know what? They'll take it. Second round after a large deficit, 4-round deficit between the times that Alberta have been able to pick up rounds. Yeah, they'll take it. They'll be perfectly fine to do so here and now as we head into the penultimate round. It's the Alberta side that are looking to push that and make it more. The problem is, well, they've only got
cover going out.
A couple of good weapons, the operator being one of them. Velocity has it.
Oh, big flashpoint. Major support there. Velocity continuing to look down long. Large presence everywhere in terms of C. Have every angle covered, but it's also coming from the same end. Is Dory up to the task to turn this 1v2 in a clutch moment? Certainly believe so if they can stay out of the gunfire, stay away from the paint shells, but in the end, Alberta, they are coming back. They are feeling alive. They are looking much stronger than we saw in the beginning of this half.
I mean, yes and no, right? Like, yes, in that they won a couple of rounds. Not so much in that it's still 8-3, and I need to see a little bit more from Alberta before I'm quite convinced, Los, but the right direction nonetheless. Fisher College taking their foot off the gas just a little bit. And Alberta making their way back in here. The op back for Velocity. We saw the effectiveness of that. Dealing with Velocity was no easy task. Nothing simple. Nothing sweet.
This round hinges right here on Atlas. If Atlas dies in this moment, that could be everything for Fisher, but they're looking their eyes over toward B. Dark covered at an IA link, and Psych comes on in. This will be a crapshoot. Everyone's sending in some shots through the smoke, hoping for something. Nightfall might be on the rise. And there it is.
Logan, though, he's on Atlas already.
Find you.
And this is a great post-plant setup.
For anything. Curry with a bait. A nice one. An aftershock attempted to drop with the C's. And they know that there's players inside of window. They have a firm understanding. Still attempting to try and get the half. They are unable to secure it. They need to go out. And they need to fight for this while somebody sticks around and has the defusal in hand. But it just won't work out. They're holding all the different angles. Fisher College is only coming from one.
And it'll be 9-3 on the half for Fisher. Ultimately, though, I don't even think that was Alberta's fault. I said that I needed to see something a little bit more from them before I started believing the comeback trail, but I think that round was very much up to Fisher and their setups rather than Alberta and their failings. Speaking of Alberta and potential failings, I hate to be that guy, Los, but I'm going to be that guy. Atlas and Curry once again not showing up for this. 3-11, 2-12. I mean, I understand it's 9-3, but that's just not acceptable. It's a grand final. You have to be able to do a little bit better than that.
And even through that, you know, you could look to potentially having that play to bait off information. Logan at the top, firing down on the peasants below because it's the king here. Logan is the lord in this server. They've done so much work. But now, Alberta shifted their focus over to A site. There's simply nothing they could do to try and break through.
One enemy remaining. You should have.
Seems simple enough. Shoot them, they die. Fisher making the moves, standing tall, and making this a double-digit rounds for them. With that being said, I think that round, you know, more than likely that was going to be the outcome no matter what. No. Alberta, this is an interesting situation to be buying. I guess I can understand. They're going to go for Spectres across the board. And they are going to go for this because the idea is that Fisher are going to be in a similar purchase, whether that be Spectres, you know, a couple of pistols, or, you know, a couple of Vandals and a couple of pistols. It'll be pretty even.
Okay, big shot. They have the information. Winner looking for a shot, and finally they do. Put that in conjunction with the paint shells. They have the double. Even more space to take away from your opponents, but it's a flank. It's coming in. It's Chloric. If this is a loss here against Chloric, that would be the round. But Chloric backs off. They don't want to make that commitment. In fact, they're going very far around. I'm not entirely sure the decision-making process on that one. You can stop a rotation, I suppose.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Better safe than sorry. As soon as that spike goes down, he goes to look and rendezvous with his teammate over in garage. Now, longer range, we got a Spectre, and this just 2 Spectres. This could be a little scary. Just depends on how much range these actually can put down. Here we go.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god!
All right, plenty it is.
Headshot. But now pressure being put in by Psych. At the end of the day, they will find victory. And it was a valiant effort, but almost able to secure that. Just a few more seconds. But in the end, the force is a failure. They lose out on the round, and Fisher will maintain their victory streak.
Yeah, 11-3. It got close, but that's the thing, right? Alberta fully invested in that round, and now they got to do it again. They essentially elected at that moment that they were going to force the rest of this map. If they lost, well, they were going to force. If they won, then they had money to buy. It was, you know, win-win, but also sort of lose if you don't win.
Win-win or lose and continue to lose.
Well, that'll be to be seen. With the potential very high considering the buy.
Shrouded step just for safety. Escaping the sight. Ming won't show their face, and this is a crazy rotation. A massive flank! And Curry able to scrounge out one before the overwhelming wave oppresses them. Continue to push on through garage. Dory, after that flashpoint, it was theirs for free. Major blinding moment. But now it's still a defensible moment for Alberta. Unless Logan can find magic, because the angle from Velocity simply wasn't right.
That's, well, rough. I don't think there's any other way to put it. Logan's shots were very nice, and those, not a lot you can do about it if you're Fisher, but I'm not even going to talk about who it was. But up top on the boxes, a bit of a yikes.
Match point.
12-3, Fisher College. Well, I think it's fair to say they are looking like a different story than the story we got on Pearl. And I think that was to be expected. I don't think this was really all that mind-boggling, but it's still pretty impressive to see the difference, to watch the difference in real time.
Yeah, I think the more surprising aspect is taking a look at the difference in Alberta and the strength that they possess, the cohesion as a squad. And we're not exactly seeing Ming concede the site, but I mean, this is the first time in a long time that site will be taken without any bloodshed.
Planted.
Yeah, on a 5v5 retake. We've seen this many times before in our first series today. The defense, it's difficult to get back in here. Here they go.
Psych with a great blast back to secure some space. Logan with 2. Another jump and a spray through the smoke, but this is essentially it. There's no hope. So much utility sent against Witter. Oh, they're gonna try and knife it. No, it's a classic. And this most certainly is heading to a map 3. It's what we would have expected. Maybe not at the beginning of this series.
Yeah, I think that as soon as Alberta took that first map, for me, one of the first things I said was, well, this is going to be 3. And that's just because of how good Fisher are at Haven. I don't know if this is going to be a Fisher win. I get the feeling it might be, but regardless, I think they need to take a moment. They being Alberta need to take a moment and just reset after that shellacking that they just had over on Haven.
Yeah, no, a break will certainly be needed, and I don't think that much is needed to be said after that one. This feels that Fisher is feeling dominant, feeling on top. There needs to be a regrouping of the mental efforts across the board at Alberta if they want to have any efficacy on Breeze. We'll find out if that's the case after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. The grand finals will return after this. Welcome back to the NA Star League Valorant Grand Finals, and we find ourselves on this last map of the night. It's Breeze, 1-1, but it certainly doesn't feel like an even matchup, with Fisher College looking to be the favorites after a walloping they just gave University of Alberta back on Haven.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you. The difference between Alberta on map 1 and Alberta on map 2 was staggering. It really did give you an idea of, I feel like, the difference between Fisher on a comfort map and Fisher on a map they may not be as familiar and as good on. Now as we head towards Breeze, the question then becomes, right? Well, is Fisher comfortable here on Breeze? Is this something where they feel comfy on? And, well, I mean, they played it 4 times. They won it 3 of those times. And, you know, not quite as impressive stat line nor the members that they've played than on Haven. But very impressive, to say the least. I mean, they beat you Ottawa Gwinnett. That's definitely a big victory to talk about. And I think that this Fisher squad, Breeze is sort of in the middle there. But the real question mark for me is absolutely Alberta. They only played this map once, and that was in the round of 16. So I just don't know. I just don't know if this is going to be another Fisher sweep, or maybe Alberta can have a situation where they've reset their mental.
Certainly hope so, for at least the sake of the fans, even us. Don't want to see such a one-sided affair here in the grand finals.
Absolutely not. Yeah, definitely looking for that. We have a interesting setup here. I may say interesting like I haven't seen it before, but I always find it interesting when we have the lock-in of the Cypher. You and I talked about it last time we saw it out on Breeze, and definitely a pretty big difference since the changes. Makes a lot more sense now.
Especially on Breeze, where you can have some absolutely wacky lineups in terms of how those trap wires track. But on the attack, same function as a chamber. Save for the quick escape. You really have to commit to those fights. So maybe a little bit of chamber players, but with better aim, could pick up the Cypher if they're feeling daring.
You've just angered everyone right there. All the people, they're just mauling. But
good,
that's okay.
Good.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's what we like to see. The people mauling. It's all about the chaos.
That's what I live for. That's what I thrive in.
What have you done? Have you just, bro, did you just hit off all of Alberta? Oh boy.
What?
Did Canadian internet just go down? What happened?
That is crazy.
I assume they're just all in the same building, so if one of them would go down, yeah, that's what I'm gathering.
That is wild.
I don't think
I've never seen anything like that before.
Now that's a new one for me as well. I'm glad we can be here together. Well, it is what it is. I guess we'll be getting them back as soon as we can. But with that being said, I do think it's going to be fun to see kind of the evolution here of this Fisher team, and how maybe they're going to step up. Maybe they will struggle a little bit more. Who knows? But it's definitely going to be interesting nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, Breeze has a lot more opportunities for those long-range engagements. I mean, you do have the opportunities, specifically on C-Long when we saw that on Haven, but we didn't really have many of those moments. If there were the maximum long-range gunfights were down C-Long, we never saw extended battles on A-Long. It was always quick, running up B, running up into Garage, playing through short. So I'm excited to see how these teams fare when it comes to a much more wide-open space.
I'm excited to see that as well. I think that honestly could read two different ways. It could be, you know, Fisher starts dominating a little bit further because it kind of seemed like aim-wise they were doing a bit better on Haven, or it can mean that a return to form for Alberta because some of their individuals are starting to take that step up. Regardless, I don't know if we have any information about the map, so we'll let you know about what's going on if they're getting back in or if we're just waiting to figure it out. But nonetheless, yeah, I think there's definitely a good. It's definitely good to see kind of how things will evolve as we get further towards this, and apparently we are loading back in, so that's good news. We're in the right direction, Los. But I'm curious if you had to put some money on anyone here. Fisher, are you still sticking with them?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to stick with Fisher and my original prediction because this was a very telling moment back on Haven, and it was just kind of a continued streak from the second half of Pearl, as a matter of fact, because they were still on that come up, that major victory. But the reason that we saw Alberta win in the first place was because they racked up such an amazing streak of rounds previous to when Fisher actually activated.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think that I feel like the right call is stick with Fisher here. Again, no disrespect towards Alberta. I think that's something we always want to hit home. Love to see both these teams. I'd love to see an upset too. Would be interesting. Would be a lot of fun. But Fisher College just looks so darn good in that second map. It's just hard to see a world where they're gonna get beat on Breeze.
Yeah, I really can't imagine that, but I, along with you, would love to see an upset. You know, I'm not afraid of being wrong. In fact, I like it. But also we have some information that apparently the Western servers were closed down essentially the moment we began this game, so that's why everybody from that area just lost out on their connection.
There was just a lot of power in this game all at once. Riot was a little concerned, and so they just put the kibosh on it for a moment, and they brought it back up. That's okay. We understand. You know, we're fine. We got things back. We're ready to go. It's the same exact agent select as I think probably would be the right thing to do, considering the game and where we were at.
Now, a big rush through the double doors onto A site. Logan, of course, who else would be the one to open this fight and continue the pressure? Maybe even a third. No, that just wouldn't be reasonable. What is the spike planted?
Shimmy, at least gonna collect something here. So, set up one towards mid, one towards spawn, an opening through cave as well. So,
Last
Witter
standing.
Okay, never mind. Witter's down. Surely not. 1v3.
Logan's here. This is going to be a 4K for Logan. So, this is just impressive.
Yeah, Logan he's certainly doing very well in this series. I mean, that's maybe an understatement. Logan topped the leaderboard for the first map, dominated the second map, 20-9. He's on the board here and potentially up for like 60 frags over the course of a series, which is impressive.
I mean, that is that would be an understatement, that's for sure. Logan again. Vandal action. Do we need to say more?
No, I'm just going to move on. So, I think that Alberta, for this map particularly, one thing that they're going to need to work on is getting that operator involved a little bit more. We do want to see them, you know, have that impact, and it's velocity that I think needs to take that point. You don't want to allow for somebody like Logan to consistently apply that pressure, but it's not just Logan, it's Witter as well that might need to step up. I don't know who's going to be taking the operator. The reason I say that, Velocity or Witter, either one could be fine, but one of them needs to make sure to be applying that pressure.
Exactly. There has to be, you know, a step up moment, a denial of service that we previously had at the beginning of this map.
Well done.
This time has to be enacted by Witter, and that's what we're talking about. A good opener from Witter, however, traded back by Cloric, so still keeping things within reason, but it is a massive rush up mid.
I will drone as well. Just finding information is going to stall things for Fisher just a little bit. They don't want to give away what they're doing right now. Velocity, though, has moved into a good position, making this a little bit more dicey. They clearly know that Ming is hanging out there. Well, now they knew, but they didn't before.
You lose.
Oh, through the poison orb as well. Perfect timing for Velocity as they take that man advantage. But it is just a singular player holding it down on this site. Now Shimmy's going to be able to handle this one.
Cloric, oh, going 1 for 1 here. Fisher, the real chance to win this out in a 2v3.
Screening down. Dory wants to stop Atlas from walking through, but Velocity and Atlas in tandem are able to take things back, and Alberta come alive in, I wouldn't quite say this bonus round, since it was a pretty heavy investment by Fisher in round 2.
Yeah, this is definitely nice to see. Alberta getting on the board, 3 players surviving, but it's a bonus round, so I'm gonna hold back my judgments. You know what I mean, Los? It's a little early for me to be calling victory. We head into this next round though, and here's where things get serious. The real rubber meets the road moment.
Wow, that's just some strength. If we're looking at the leaderboards here, Fisher won 2 rounds with essentially all the work being done by 2 players. Now, no command in place. Logan dashing into the Cloudburst, going beyond that toxic screen, but doesn't want to stick around too long. That is just way too much danger for them to find on the other side.
Yeah, set up here for the retake. Alberta. The problem is getting back in. What is on the cards? Logan can pull the blades here. Shouldn't be necessary.
Might not be. Well, they're going to come out regardless and find nothing. Their aim is not true. Witter messed around with that updraft, but all the while it's actually Curry who's putting in the work from the back from Orange. We're finding ourselves here in this lineup scenario. Is this? It is. Oh my
perfect.
God. Dory, what a lineup.
That's ridiculous.
Clutch.
And the worst part about this is that Alberta are going to have no clue where that came from, where that lineup is set until they watch the VOD. That could be continuing to be effective all map long.
That's the first time I've seen that one. That's for sure.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, Alberta, depending on how often that happens, might start to get curious, but the point I'm trying to make is it's rough. It's not ideal. Let's set up pretty much perfect. And Fisher College taking the round off the back of that. Alberta. It's going to be the Viper's Pit out today. They don't want to have that situation repeat itself.
However, that's an aggressive Viper's Pit. If they so choose to get an engagement, an entry from double doors, it would be an insane move, but they could opt to ignore the pit itself.
I mean, Ming, with the opening frag, that's definitely going to set up this B hit. Yeah, they're going to... Oh, ignore
Witter!
the pit. The Witter is on for it.
Starting it up with that massive pick. They still have the blades. Another updraft. They can jump up, but with that 0-point Witter now nullified into just a classic, and that's not going to do them any good. Finally making their way over from A site. Cloric is going to put Shimmy to rest.
That is... Oh, man, so frustrating if you're Witter, right? Like, what a great start to that defense. You start with that nice shot, and then everything just comes, the walls closing in around you bit by bit. And Alberta, despite investing massively into that round, lose out in the end. At least they still have money. Velocity going to pull the tour de force. The operator out for Witter. We talked about the op and how important it is on this map. So now could be the time for Fisher to get stopped in their tracks by one of these operators.
If Velocity gets hit with this 0 point, okay. They'll be able to TP away, no problem. But I think it was also a shot expended. However, they can still make do with 4 of them. Spike will be planted, no bloodshed up until almost now. And there it is. Viper's Pit activated as well as that safeguard.
The setup here for Fisher looking good. I mean, they can have the neural theft as well if they really wanted it to later on. Well, Atlas has a pretty good read of the situation, but there's so many flanks. Cloric and Ming coming from behind.
That was a good read to dodge that flash. Atlas knows the pressure is here, but they just can't do anything about it. Their options are so limited. And the second they actually find an enemy, it's an easy 1 battle by Psych, earning a 3K.
Jeez. Everything working for the Fisher College. And these have been a lot closer than some of those on Haven, but it's still 5-1. It's the same score line, Los. And it's looking the exact same way as well. That bonus round 1, but that's just about it for Alberta. What can they do? What's been going wrong? Let's discuss for a moment, because for me, I don't think Alberta have been doing, per se, anything wrong. I think they just need to find a way to be aggressive in a couple of additional areas. They're going into this round with a bit of a poor buy, so I'm curious at your thoughts.
Well, you know, they won this round anyway, so we could just move on to...
That's what I'm saying.
So, I have to agree with you. It comes down to them simply waiting in the back, trying to make an attempt, taking shots from afar.
One enemy remaining.
Where they put themselves into retake scenarios that would never be winnable in the first place. But if they get a little aggressive, if they get in the face of Fisher, they might be able to take those initial gunfights and even convert that into an upgrade, into a better rifle, and just remove the options from Fisher. Fisher has way too many options, and Alberta needs to start getting forward and cutting them off.
Yeah. I'm right there with you, man. It's been a bit rough, but there are these things that, like you just mentioned, that can be different for Alberta. Here's the buy round. Here's the key round that they need to be able to pick up. 6-1. This is still winnable. This is not by any means out of reason for the null command. It's a free entry into B.
That it is. No one's there. And oh man, no aggression. Coming into that retake scenario, they are starting things off with that Hunter's Fury. A little bit of damage onto Cloric, but beyond that, oh, it seems that Fisher are just gonna do you better.
That's rough. And even beyond that, taking out the null command of the defense as well. So annoying.
Standing.
Velocity last alive. There's that operator we've been talking about, hey? Unfortunately, 1v4. Not a spot it can really have impact. Just not consistently.
Narrowly escaping there. But seems that the position is known. And they want to hunt. They're going to do whatever it takes. And wow. Quick draw from Velocity there to at least find one more, but that is a rough round for Alberta. Losing out on that null command. I don't think it even had a second to be activated. The moment that Curry brought that to light, it was already on the ground.
Yeah, that's just it. You hate to see those situations go that way, but it feels like Alberta are in this situation now where there's very little that they can do. They feel stuck in some of these moments, and I don't blame them. I would feel the same way, man.
Big dash through that 0 point, but Logan not wise to the realization that that's going to force the wall to drop, and Shimmy and Curry, now they're picking up the pace. Now they can put those sheriff's inspectors to work, and even a chance for an upgrade.
Craziness that this might be the round that Fisher lose that Alberta can pick up.
Ming's up far. I think he might have used a cyber cage to get around that. On the bridge. Unexpected. Witter might have seen him. But it's actually Velocity. Does that work? And this is a perfect round for Alberta. All 5 still alive. All 4 still alive. Continuing to fight this. And there has been no ground gained by the last 2 of Fisher.
Spike
Yeah,
down.
and that'll
A.
stay that way. Psych. This is a ridiculous engagement.
What is going on here? Atlas.
I think Psych is just done. He was like, you know what? I deserve to die. I've just missed too many shots. I assume they had the pistols out because they all missed the bullets in the main guns. A gentleman's battle.
Did Atlas have a... No, Atlas had the Guardian out. That was a real gun he was using.
I want to sincerely apologize to Atlas for the disrespect. My bad. That's my fault. Listen, the Guardian, it's hard. It sounds similar to pistol sometimes, all right?
Suppressing.
We're just going to chalk that one up and move on. Fisher, they're going to be moving on as well. 7-2, still a good look and a victory in the half at the very least.
Moving from Logan Witter. That's an aggressive placement in elbow. Hoping for a shot, but quick eyes on the draw against Logan. I'll be able to back up. Neural Theft activated, and they got free entry here into A-side. Well, not free. Meng earned it for him.
Yeah, pretty free, though. Oh, and, well,
Spike planted.
Meng, nice shot. Curry, nice trade, ultimately, though, as that's going to give a real chance for Alberta to get back into here. But Fisher is still up by a man. 0 point collecting this one member.
See ya.
Oh, Witter with a great double.
Remaining.
And they've turned this round on its head. Chloric in an unknown position, though. They can have a similar effect, but if the pinch from Cave has any effect, should be able to turn this one around. It's all about spacing. Chloric, we realize the target focus is more important. But in the end, it is Velocity who stands among the dead. And they're able to find the time to make the defusal.
Yeah, ultimately pretty close, but nice work. Alberta, is that 2 in a row that they just picked up? I think it is.
It is, in fact.
Yeah, massive, massive moves being made. And any amount of recovery here is good, but just those 3 rounds, I think, means so much when it comes to getting your feet back under you, solidifying a position. But Fisher College, despite 2-round losses in a row, their money's still good. That's the amount of bank they had built up over the last, 5 rounds prior.
Big use of that. No command to walk on. Not a single player willing to take that fight, and rightfully so. Staying behind that toxic screen. Gonna wait for this to run out until they activate. Leads of their own.
Welcome to my world.
The Viper's Pit going to be put down onto this site, which makes it a lot more difficult to actually find entry. A lot of pressure now on that recon bolt to clear out some of those areas.
Back, Psych. Gotta worry about this upcoming situation. The pressure is mounting. Not a single person has died until this final moment. But Logan wants to get around. Go beyond this Viper's Pit. Oh, this is perfect. Utilizing that right click. I don't have these blades anymore, but maybe they don't need it. Playing off of this lineup. It's all up to Logan. And Witter doesn't have a hope in hell.
No. Dory playing the long range just in case, but it wasn't even necessary. Fisher gonna take 8.
In the half.
And we move to the final round. I wonder what the money's like. Okay, better than I thought. Not as good as it could be, I think is the right way to put it. Will be the tour de force though, so no problems really. If you're looking at the Alberta side. Fisher, on the other hand, they invested all their ults last round, so they ain't got nothing for this round. They really invested everything. Null Command, Bladestorm, Viper's Pit, they're all gone. The Pit out at A for the defense.
A tough miss for Velocity. Flash to deny it. It's actually safe. However, how many pieces of smoke are going to be used to block that vision? Enough. Velocity still hoping for this tour de force to have an impact. Atlas and Witter are the ones who are really making their presence felt.
Oh, Logan gonna bring this back. Not even just even, but better than that. With a man advantage now for Fisher. So swift. But the bomb's still down. That's the problem. That spike unrecoverable.
Still hoping for a chance at success and victory. It's Velocity continuing to be unable to make those connections. And now there's going to be company. Have to worry.
Oh, he has to read.
Cypher right around the corner. Ming able to deal that trading blow.
30 seconds left.
Only after Velocity was able to make that first kill, that final kill that University of Alberta will get for the half.
Switching sides.
9-3. Fisher moving their way up to another potential victory here. It's just a few rounds between them and the whole kit and caboodle, but we get down to it. Alberta still have a real chance at this thing. They move to the attack side. They have the ghosts by the look of it, and they're headed towards B. Only one player there to defend. It's going to be Ming. I think that could be interesting, though. I say that. Look at how fast the rotate's going to be for Fisher with 3 players going through double door.
Oh, that's going to be absolutely nuts.
Oh, they're already there. They're already a B.
They're just brawling. They're just brawling at this point, but doesn't matter. Curry with a good shot. Stopping Chloric from walking through, but it'll be a back and forth hit with that camera. I'll make it a lot easier to shoot beyond that toxic screen, but at the end of the day, this isn't going at all how Fisher was hoping, at least not in the beginning.
Oh, but that camera's still alive and kicking. Give him a lot of information.
Dory continuing to be that mounting pressure, but beyond that, we have Velocity. The last one in this attempt, but they turned it into a 1v1. A few more shots, but an escape using that rendezvous. I don't know if there's time for a half. In fact, there is. Ming giving themselves a safety net and changing up the script. Velocity doesn't want to buy into it. This time it's for real. It has to be for real, and Velocity will commit and take down Ming. And a good start for Alberta here in the second half.
Yeah, Velocity playing that 1v1 perfectly. Velocity been so good all series. Continuing to be good here on the last map. 16-9 right now for Alberta. A guy for this team who delivers when it matters the most. 4-9. But is this going to be a... No, not a full invest here. Chloric's the only one with a hefty invest. The big buy, if you will.
Oh, oh my.
Down A.
An aggressive play. An aggressive maneuver. High risk, high reward. They got what they wanted. Witter now hoping to make their way through with this tailwind, but is under so much fire from every angle. Logan continuing to be a Sheriff Menace. Velocity is now stuck in the cave, and everywhere you look, under every blade of grass, there's a Fisher College player ready to take you down.
Yeah, that's brutal. I don't know what to tell you. It looked like you're fighting like a level 1 Pokemon there, and you pulled up and they were all level 100. You got baited. That's what happened.
That, goes here. Level 15 thug, level 100 boss type scenario.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. You thought they had pistols, and they did, but it really was on hard mode.
More pressure. Once again, I mean, that's the name of the game when it comes to Fisher. They're not letting Alberta breathe.
Oh, all right.
Oh, come on now.
Dude, you look at Curry, starts to poke his head through. Logan takes one more shot, and Curry's like, no. I was kidding. It was just a joke.
Back again. It feels that Alberta no matter what they're trying to accomplish, no matter what they set out to do at the beginning of the round, they always will second guess themselves. But that's just what we're seeing in terms of denial that Fisher is putting on. Big use of that trap wire. However, that doesn't work out for Ming. Logan again finds another one. That is a constant. Atlas under great pain and pressure. 30 seconds left. They still need to get that spike secure. And they don't even have this site under control. They're still trying to fight for peace of mind. They won't get it. Not this round.
You know, the saddest part of this whole situation for Alberta is that they win the pistol round, and it's like such a relief, right? Okay, we won the pistol, you know, at least we got that. Now maybe we can, you know, win the second round, get something, you know? Except, no. Fisher hasn't even given them that small victory. They won with just pistols. It was sheriffs and classics and a single marshal. And it's not gotten any better. Here's another force buy here for Alberta. Fisher gonna lose out in the initial trade, though. Finally, Cloric gonna go down.
Now they need to continue on through. This has been the choke point that has consistently been an issue. It sprays through the smoke. Finally don't make their mark. Have to walk through. Big camera from Ming. Is that all they're going to earn from it? It is, in fact. The site is taken by Alberta. They have their moment in the sun to secure a plant.
Dory looking to buy the entry back on towards the site. And Logan, I mean, now they have all the info. Shimmy just asked to clutch.
Shimmy knows where both of their opponents are. Or at least I think they know. Yes! A quick look back up to the top of the staircase, but it doesn't matter. They will always have that work in tandem. The tag team, one in, the other out. Like, you can never secure a shot, especially not onto Logan.
Match point.
Yeah, that's just... I just feel like there's not a lot to be said here. I feel like Fisher are just doing Fisher things. They're very good. We know they're very good, and Alberta are getting outclassed right now. And beyond that, Logan is having a game. Man's at, what is this? That's 50 plus 70 frags on the series.
That's unbelievable.
I just, like, those numbers are just not real. Those are numbers that you just don't see. Not at this level.
Here we go. To potentially the last map, last round of the series. The winner doesn't want to go down like that. Big use of those blades. Well, but this is the Curry show. Holding it down, looking through connector. No one's making their way in. And the last two defenders on Fisher College, they might as well just send it. They've got money to play with.
Player standing.
Oh, man. Witter. Nice shots. Man, some of these shots, especially the blades from Witter, have been really nice. Just small things to note. Really good to see. It's going to be the closer as well. Alberta finally pick up a fifth. But there is a long road to recovery, my friends. 7 rounds in a row required. Though Alberta, they're in a pretty good spot this round. Look at the money for Fisher. It's pretty all over the place, and even the investments are all over the place. Not even sure if everybody's on the same page. And then on top of that, the Viper's Pit, the Hunter's Fury, No Command, like all of those things are good to have if you're Alberta.
I'm wondering how that judge is going to come into effect now that no one was in the initial look that Cloric took. Now they're kind of a sitting duck at this point. It's going to be very hard for them to regain value into this round unless we have that rotation back over into A. I really don't know what's going on, Vincent.
Yeah, I was trying to puzzle out what was happening there. And yeah, it looked like for a moment Alberta were just a little bit unsure of their thoughts. But now they were sure. That 0 point, though, might beg some further questions. And actually, it has done just that. A couple additional players head in towards the tube and shimmy incredibly low, dodging that shock bolt. It's going to be a rotate back over towards B. 35 seconds. And there's time for this rotate, but Alberta need to be swift. They can't dilly-dally.
30 seconds. It isn't even that much when you're on Breeze, because you have a long distance to cover. This could be a moment held down by Dory. Dory's taken down too, but Dory will fall themselves. They don't have time to try and recover that robot. It's just got to be the plant. It has to be. They've got no other options, but neither does Psych. So it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they have taken the round a second in a row. They will continue down this path. 6 more, Vincent, until we hit an overtime.
A gift.
Indeed. Everything looking like Alberta poised to try and start making a comeback here. The real key, the kicker for me, Los, is that there's just so many rounds. And no mistakes either. That's what's going to be required. Fisher, though, they went for a half by last round, and I thought that meant they could buy. But it looks like that's not the case.
This is just some serious clearing at this moment. Psych puts that Marshall to good use with a headshot onto Curry.
Atlas with the opening pick as well, so makes it so Alberta, okay, they were doing well. Where'd that happen? Where was Velocity at? All the way over inside of A? No, up mid. I'm so all sorts of confused.
Okay, here's a moment. A big moment indeed. Activation of the Viper's Pit. Will they commit to it? They've already lost Atlas. It's a 2-on-4. And they have to deal with that neural theft. The pit falls, and there is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Witter taken down by a share of shots in the final moments. And Fisher College win the NACE Star League Valorant Open Grand Finals.
Yeah, national champions there, and yeah, fantastic work, Fisher. 13-6 there at the very end, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it's dominant, not quite as dominant as that last map, but I think that Alberta picked very well into this. I think that their Pearl pick made a lot of sense. They found a weakness of their opposition. They definitely stepped up big time when it was required. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't enough on those last 2 maps.
No, certainly not. And it almost wasn't enough on the first map. And that's the most difficult part, is that the best look that we got from Alberta was almost even a loss on their pick. When it came down to it, when Fisher College was activated, they were just simply on another level.
Yeah, I think that's what's a little bit scary, right? Alberta, very strong team, were able to do so much in this series, but ultimately, it was still Fisher College kind of in control pretty much the whole way through. The exception being the first half, really the last half of the first half and the first half of the second half, if that makes sense on that first map.
I'm doing the calculations, and yeah, that all seems right. That all seems to be correct.
But I think that when you get down to it, though, Fisher probably definitely deserved this. They've been on the cusp. They've been taking so many, playing so many really high impact games, and I'm excited to see what more this Fisher College team can provide.
Absolutely. I mean, again, this is like the first semester that these players have been together. Well, competing under that Fisher College banner. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, right? yes, that's correct. But like I was talking about before, you know, these guys have been together for a little while, and well, hello, Ming. I didn't know.
Hello. Just got jump scared. Ming, yo, Ming,
Yeah,
congratulations.
Thank you,
How
thank
are you
you.
feeling after winning and becoming a national champion?
No, feeling pretty good.
Hey, I'd say that's pretty good. Why don't we get the answer from Ming then to your question, Los? Los and I were just talking about you guys. This is your first semester with Fisher, but you guys as a core have been together for quite a while. Is that right?
Yeah, we've been together since May, I believe. I want to say May. And then we obviously came here in the first semester, yeah, but we've been together since about May. I've been playing with Psych and Dory for a little over a year at this point.
So yeah, definitely a little while. You've had the time to get to know each other, and y'all have kind of been sitting on the cusp of, or I should say, kind of sitting in this top 5 position in the Valorant space, the collegiate Valorant space specifically. Took a big win over UH Premier. I think that was probably the largest head you guys had to take. Coming into this game, though, what were the concerns? Were there concerns, and if so, how did you guys prepare for them?
I wouldn't say there were really any concerns. We wanted to come in here, play our game. We had a little bit of a role swap. I stepped back into the IGL role, so it was more about just making sure that we were comfortable and, you know, executing what we wanted to do. Mostly just playing together, making sure that we're playing the best of our game to the best of our ability.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, you took down one championship, but you still have some more collegiate matches coming up. Can you kind of tell me about the headspace that your team is in, and I guess the program at large for the rest of the school semester?
Yeah, so, you know, we had a little bit of a disappointing finish to Red Bull, you know, dropping out in semis, so we really took a step back. Kind of thought about as our team as a whole what we want to do, how we want to progress, and, you know, tried to really use that as a learning experience. And since then, I think we've been in a very good headspace. You know, we're really looking forward to, you know, improving, making sure that we're not stagnating, and kind of just, you know, trying to be the best that we can be. And I think we've been doing a very good job of that so far. So going into, you know, we have CVAL upcoming this weekend, where we have NECC finals, I believe, next week. We're really excited for those two, and we're looking to take both of those as well.
All right, Ming. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. Congratulations on your victory. But before we send you off, is there anyone you want to give a special shout out to?
Shout out to my team. Wouldn't be here without them. Love the guys. Shout out Pauly Hype, just because. Love that guy. I think that's it.
Now that's hype.
Now that is hype. Yes, exactly.
All right, Ming. Well, thank you so much. Again, congratulations on your victory, and good luck to you in the rest of those competitions throughout the season.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There you have it, folks. 2 best of 3s, 2 champions named. It's gotta be just amazing squads that we kind of expected to come out on top. Northwood, Fisher, real heavy hitters here inside of NACE Star League, and boy, aren't they fantastic. But we're not done yet. We still have some more NACE Star League finals coming at you, and maybe more Northwood University championships. We've got Super Smash Bros. Tomorrow with Rainbow Six, CSGO with the Vinconian on Friday, and on Saturday and Sunday, that's the LAN, baby. That's where everyone's pulling up in person and seeing who's going home champions.
Oh man, it's gonna be so much fun to get to see all of the final iterations of these squads and exactly how they all jump into things and finish out what's been a fantastic season. Which does bring us to the sad news today. It's our last Valorant broadcast this season, Los. Oh, it's that time where we have to say goodbye. But don't you worry, we're gonna have more Valorant coming up next season, and of course, stay tuned for all of the other fantastic esports over the course of the rest of this week and into this weekend. We'll see you there. With that, good night.